about that. I need to show you guys something before you start if you're going to make this tutorial. I went back, and if you remember, I was having some problems with this being, I call it sloppy. So on the tutorial, I show the back. We used a magnet, and it did hold that. You need a large one of the basic gray large magnets. So I went back and I added the magnet. I did have to use a sticker to cover it because of course we had already completed the tutorial, and so I just did it, covered it with stickers to see, and it does. So as you're creating our album today, or as you start working on it, when you get here, this first flap, I want you to add a magnet just like we do in the back. So add a magnet right here on this 4-inch flap, and it will be fine as long as you put it in this area where we put this 4-inch piece matting. See, it'll be about underneath here in the corner, but underneath the paper. So put the magnet on before you mat with your plaid, and before you mat this piece, put the magnet here, match them together, and now no more droopy sides. And so I wanted to share that with you before you get started on this tutorial. I know right now it might not make sense, but it will after you see how much better it sits. So please don't forget to use your large magnet there to hold that up. And I hope you enjoy the tutorial that I did. Oh, I need to show you another item. I had showed in the original, and I talked about the knob on the back, but I took it off. The reason being, it stopped my album from laying flat. It was the G45 keyhole, and I took it off and covered it with the sticker. It just wasn't flat, and being that I want to use it for recipes, you want it to be flat. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Bye-bye. We're going to start by wrapping the cover for our Fruit and Flora album. I did prepare with some Scor tape on my first one, and I'm going to be using the Scor tape sheets so I can show you how those are used, but I'll move a little faster. So I removed the whole backing, and on your 7 by 9 inch chipboard, box cutter works around those edges pretty easy. And then pieces you want to cut for use on other things can go right back onto your backing. So now that is completely covered, and I'm going to move to the spine, which I did cover with the other piece from that first one that I cut. So I'm just going to lay the second piece down so there's no waste. And then for the cover of wrapping the chipboard, if you're going to use the Scor tape sheets, I've used 2. Sorry, y'all hear the noise. We have the Roomba working today. And then I already cut my 1-inch strips for that I use on the scoreboard here to mark my inch that goes around. So on your cardstock, you want 2 pieces that measure 10 by 11. That's going to give you an inch all the way around your chipboard. 10 inches at the top of my scoreboard, or you can use the quilting ruler. I still do like my quilting ruler. Ever since I accidentally stumbled on this because I couldn't find my ruler, I love this. So these are cut 1 inch. It doesn't matter how long, just so that you have kind of a border. And you can also tape these together if that makes it easier for you, and then it's permanent. So this is 10 by 11. And my chipboard is 8 by 9. So I'm going to remove that whole backing. Lay that down. Move to our second piece. And I sell the Scor tape sheets at countrycraftcreations.com. Always in stock, because once you start making album covers, projects with this, you're going to find you don't want to go back. And you'll save your rolls of Scor tape. So I kind of hold my corners together. Now I have that inch all the way around. Your spine, and I need scissors. Your spine is 3 inches wide, and it is also 9 inches long. I just had to clip a fingernail. So that means you need an inch on all 4 sides. So your cardstock will be 5 by 11. Again, these are great placements because it keeps your chipboard straight. Just make sure everything's over to that edge. Make sure it's down good. So I'm done with those. I'm going to go ahead and start with the spine. Burnish up those edges. And you're going to open it. So you want a bone folder like the Fiskars that has no sharp edges. You don't want to go through your cardstock. And of course, I'm using our artisan cardstock, so I know I shouldn't have any problems. Then I do bend it backwards and burnishing that edge. This is going to be a working hinge, so we want to make sure it's going to move back and forth and flexes easily. That's more than an inch. It doesn't matter, but I don't know what happened. Oh, I didn't cut the length down. I only cut my width. No big deal. I just want it to be all the same. Actually, it's only a ½ inch. Oh, I don't know what I was cutting. Not a big deal, though. Now, I am going to use my art glitter glue and Scor tape. Actually, I'm going to use this little, I'm liking these little bottles we brought in. The fine line applicator bottles. I do like this. It's just art glitter glue. You fill it with what you want. So, they will be in stock next week. They're being delivered. And you'll buy them either 1 or 2 to a package. And they're kind of nice for traveling. I'm also finding out. They did really well in my bag. Okay, so you have the 2 squares now on each side, and we're going to cut straight across on that square. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it will now look like so. Okay, I'm going to remove the backing. And I'll let the dog serenade you. I don't know if you can hear them. They're not in the house. that has its own little needle. That's the one thing. You're not going to lose your pen. Okay, along the top of the chipboard, I'm going to add a layer of glue. And in between the Scor tape. You can use your hands for this, your fingers. I like to use my bone folder, this one. I use more than one bone folder. I'm heavy-handed, and I like, sometimes I push too hard, and this one can be sharp, this one is not. But you need to be heavy-handed with the artisan cardstock, because you want to make sure that it's laying flat. I don't know why I always forget to grab my dry wipes. Put the excess glue. I used too much. We're just flattening that top score line, and then you want to work it into that chipboard so it bends nice. And I have been working on our December daily tutorial, and I've had some crafters start over again because they were not using artisan cardstock. And if you don't use artisan cardstock, I can't promise that it's not going to do the cracking. Artisan cardstock is milled especially for country craft creations. So the only one that does not have the linen texture is this one, the Craft. My brain this morning. The Craft does not have the linen, but it has that beautiful, soft, almost sandy color, I call it, that makes it great to work with almost any of your papers, your pattern papers. But we're going to go now from, see, this is our chipboard edge with your scissors here. I want you to put your scissors right there, because if you use your scissors as a stopper, I mean the chipboard as a stopper, so you can pivot. You can pivot your scissors, and it's not going to go clear over as if you just go into it. Use your chipboard because you need that straight line. Always picture a straight line from the chipboard and then your angle. Again, chipboard as my stopper, pivot. So you can kind of practice that pivoting motion, and then that will keep your straight line. And then down. Let's repeat. So let's go ahead and just prepare our spine. And I'm going to use Scor tape again, and you have your Scor line here. You can also pick it up. So you want to keep about 1/8 of an inch away from that bend. And probably a little bit more, and that is okay. And I have found that with the Scor tape, I don't use a lot of Scor tape and then glue, because your tape, you don't want to saturate your Scor tape because glue is liquid, but it does help with keeping it nice and neat on this edge. You don't get glue coming over onto your cardstock, especially with black. So that is your spine. Look how easy, and you know for sure that you're not going to have any cracking, unless with these cold weathers right now, some of your paper, it doesn't matter what brand it is, you might run into some issues with a little bit of I call it popping because it's not true cracking. It doesn't go all the way through, but it can happen. So now we're just going to fold against the chipboard. And burnish. Sorry, the ring. We have the ring all the way around everything. Our house, studio. So that means, I forgot to turn it off. That means we know when the dogs are outside. We know when somebody's in the warehouse. Or walking to it, not in it. Once again, we have these squares. So we're going to cut them out on this one. Just cut right to your chipboard. Don't be afraid, you won't have holes. With this method, you don't need any special tools, any special measuring, none of that, oh my gosh, did I get too close to my chipboard feeling that you're going to have a hole. Because you won't. But now, we're going to fold whatever side you're on. Again, you're looking for that straight line. Anything sticking over your chipboard. Which I can tell this one is not close. There we go. Did not get close enough. And you'll know because it will somewhat pucker or it will be sticking over the edge. But using the chipboard, you'll never cut it too short. Like I said, I've got a pucker here. So that means I did not get close enough to the chipboard corner, so I need to trim it now. It gives you that visual line. Okay. Just keep that handy. And I do use the Scor tape because it'll grab quick, gives your glue time to dry without moving. And you want that double assurance on your covers because your cover is the foundation of your whole album. I am working a little faster because I know a lot of you have already adapted this way of making your album. And there's also a tutorial on just making the album cover. But you don't have to, you don't have to do your album cover this way for this album. You definitely can do it any way you like. Just so you have the two pieces of chipboard, that's 7x9 and 3x9 for your spine. And it will still work. You don't have to do this. Gosh, I can't get my camera in the right place today. I have a feeling we have a full moon on the horizon because Wilbur's gonna act up. He's throwing his own ball. So I'm just going to start with my two long sides. It's really quite funny. We have a ball launcher. Have you seen the ball launchers for dogs? Well, we lost somehow the charger because they do charge. Well, losing the charger, he now picks up the ball and throws it himself and goes chasing after it. So I don't really need a ball launcher, I found out after all. Okay, before I lay these down, I just want to check that I did cut enough off the corners I have no puckering. These are a little bit hard, I'm finding. The fine line bottle, I do like it. I like the size. But the bottle's a little stiff right now. I think it'll break in as I use it. But the tip being so much longer and super fine, it definitely has some advantages just to our art glitter glue tip. Okay, just like that. That's totally done. So let's move to our second one. I'm going to work a little faster. You can always go back and stop the video. My goal is that this is not 7 hours like our beginners. It's really hard not to go into 3 or 4 hours though when you have a lot of flips and flaps and turns. I guess I should just, you know, we all have a different way. Mine just happens to come out a little bit longer. He's really throwing that ball. Uh-oh, he lost the ball. Under a cabinet. This is really kind of awesome to watch, that he has figured out how to throw the ball. This beagle. Yes, I'm watching you. He saw me watching him. You want me to throw it? Let go. Go get it. It'd be nice when the weather turns decent so we can go out and throw the ball. So muddy and wet. Garbage can. I need to stop and check my corners. Yeah, a couple to straighten up. Now you'll need some room. with the spine piece, this side needs to be up, of course, and these all need to be turned upside down. I did something wrong. Okay, we're going to fix that, and I'll be back. We'll pick up from here because I got my spine at 8.5. I don't want to start over. The cover's too perfect. So when I pick up again, I'll have the correct size spine wrapped and ready to go. All right, my friends, that goes to show you mistakes are easily fixed. And I realized what happened. I had cut the spine from an 8.5 by 11 piece of chipboard instead of the 12 by 12. All fixed. Now I have another spine to use for another project. Okay, we're back to where we were. So this will be upside down. We're going to remove the tape backing from our Scor tape. Measurements I gave you though are correct. That's why my paper was a 1/2 inch too short. Now down the center, I'll use the Scor, the art glitter glue. It's a lot stronger than Scor tape. And we're going to now, you can even bend this up to give you more of a visual. It's going to sit right up next to that fold. There's very little space. Just the space that was naturally created from the size of the two chipboards. You don't want 1/4 inch, you don't want nothing. Let's turn it over and give it a really good burnish. I am returning it this way because it's easier for me to work from this right hand side. I've got a little, there we go, piece sticking out of that corner. And this one. So I'm just going to trim those off. Finish that edge. Uh-oh. I hope we're not going to get some growling here. Absolutely perfect cover. Yes, it's very wobbly right this moment. That's why we're going to add the piece of cardstock that's going to go on the inside. And our album cover is 9 inches long, and of course you don't want anything hanging over, so I cut mine at 9, but now I'm going to go ahead and trim it down to, I'm going to just take off about 1/16 of an inch. It won't quite be 8 7/8. It's going to be just a hair over, and I know there's just no measurement for that. I'm sorry. Main thing is it fits inside nice and neatly, and it also will add strength here. And I do want to use my Scor tape sheet. And I do need my cutting board because I don't want to cut on this piece of wood. Move on to that backing. Again, I don't want anything showing from the top or bottom, so I'm not worried about the sides. And I didn't place it exactly where I wanted, but that's okay. Using your favorite knife. I like box knives, but I've been trying out this Cricut one. Pushing your cardstock towards the knife. If you push it towards the knife, it'll keep it straight. See, and it even moves a little bit. But if you just cut down, you're going to probably cut into your paper. But go slow, and then using your hand, just push, kind of like applying pressure towards the knife. And I have a little bit on the bottom. So now I'm just going to apply pressure here, holding the cardstock to the edge of the knife, and we are good. So pretty happy with this. I don't use it for a lot because I know that the blades are a little expensive, but they're really easy to change. So your box knife will work great too. Don't let go of this. Whatever it falls on, it will stick. Let me clean up that edge a little bit more. Center it over our spine. And then burnish so that you can sort of see where that chipboard spine is. That goes. I'm using a bone folder that's not sharp. We need to, there we go. Push that cardstock into there. You know, these dogs are like kids. The one that's a Beagle mix and Wilbur. They really need good weather to go outside and play, just like kids. Glad my studio's big enough. But without carpet, they're noisy. So there's your spine. And there is the perfect cover. Now for the fun. I've already gone ahead and chosen the cover. I like to get it done, and with this album cover, it's so easy to do, to get it matted, but it's nice to get that paper out of the way so you don't worry about using it and then being short. So I chose from the Patterns and Solids, the green with all the fruit, because I just love the fruit and the apples. So I did a, you'll need 2 sheets of your 12 by 12 for this. You'll have some left over. Now I did use all 3 sheets of my 8 by 8, and I'll give you those sizes here in a second, of the apples from the 8 by 8 paper pad, because we're going to double matte to give it some added color. And for the base pieces, which is going to be the back matting, these I don't want to give it to you in 16. I cut mine a hair short of 8, and you'll see it's just a tiny bit of a border. You can go 7 7/8, but I just cut it a hair longer So what I did on, if you have the 16ths, and you'll stop at 15/16. If not, just go to 8 and then back up a hair and cut it till you get the look you like. And I did that same with the 9-inch. Oh no, the 9-inch I did go 8 7/8 blue. So I did 2 of those. Then for the green, for the spine piece, I did the same. It's a little bit longer than 2 7/8, just a little bit. And then it's 8 7/8. The matting pieces are of the apple 2.5 by 8. No, 2.5 by, again, just a hair short of 8, just in between your 7 7/8 and your 8s. Go 7 7/8 if you like. Then 7 by 8, whole numbers. 7 by 8, again, pretty much the whole number. And I did ink the edges using the potting. I love this potting soil. It's a Ranger ink. That one I don't have in our store yet. And this is what we're going to do right now. We'll do the decorating after, but also, like I said, this gets for our cover pieces out of the way, and also we're working on it flat, so it does help. So I'm going to add my adhesive. There we go. Might have to try and screw it all the way. I know that's pretty too, but I want to do, if you just want to leave your cover that way, that would be very pretty. But I want to add one of the journaling cards and some of those really pretty die cuts. I am just eyeballing it. I'm not doing a hard measurement here. What looks good to the eye, left to right. Sorry about that noise. Okay, I also just want to throw this out there. That's going to be the back because it slid a little bit. I had a recommendation on one of my videos to use a headset to help with some maybe of the background noise. And I want you to know I always take your suggestions and try them if they're reasonable. And I did go out and buy the headset. We hooked it up. We did a lot of practice recordings here, my son and I. And we found that regardless of the headset or the mic I'm now using, my blue snowball mat, I'm going to hold this one, the background noise did not change. So you're going to still hear dogs bark because they are in the studio with me. And you'll hear maybe some of those noises. I'm trying to minimize them because I know it can be really irritating. So I do apologize, but I won't be able to minimize all of them. Okay, that's going to be the front. So I'll set that up here. And my spine. Oh yeah, make sure your fruit, if you're choosing this piece to be the correct direction. Just helps me center things better when I put it over to the edge. Okay. I'm going to start with the spine piece. I will have the decorative hardware there from G45. I'm going to use the doorknob, but we're not going to put that out till last, because then if we do it now, our book will not lay flat. I have this new molding on my desk and it's driving me crazy. Sorry. I'm going to take a little bit off. So I am going to make this at the 7/8. I do like that better. So see, that's the nice thing. If you cut it just a hair too long, it's always easy to trim up and fix. Okay, let's do the back side and I'll check. Yeah, I'm going to trim this off also. I'm stressing here. It looks like it's crooked, but it's not. It's just it might be just a little bit, but we're gonna have to deal with it. That's what ephemera and stickers are for, even though it's the back. Paper smooth. When I work on textured, it doesn't move as much. Okay. Oh, and it looks fine when it's folded up. So there's the outside of our cover. And now for this inside where our spine goes, I'm going to go ahead and use the other piece of green, and I'm going to cut it to 3 inches by 8 7/8. And we will check the fit before we cut it down anymore if we need to, but I don't think we need to. Nope, everything looks great. We can go ahead and ink that edge. And then we will make our spine or our hinges next. Okay, our cover is created. Let's make our hinges. We're going to move on to the spine. You're going to see some additions here, but I've just got them temporarily down because we'll be doing the spine creation of our pages and then the inside and back cover. So I'll be ripping these off. It's just a temporary hold just so that I can make sure what we're going to make is going to look good. But now we want to get to the spine and the pages. Not the spine, sorry, the hinges. We've got our spine done. So one thing I did first was I did create 4 pages. I created 3. And I'm going to do one on camera with you. I'm just checking the size before we move on. So there's going to be 4 pages, but they're heavily embellished so that we have lots of flips, flaps, and folds, and then the front and back cover. You want to cut 4 pieces of cardstock that are 7 1/2 inches by 8 1/2. And then you're going to have one that is 7 by 9. I mean 7 by 8. Now we do have a 9-inch. Sorry, I need some more. We have a 9-inch cover, which is different. I usually only go a 1/2 inch, but I went an inch because I needed the extra room for what we're building inside, and I just didn't want any of the pages to stick over our cover at all. So once again, 7 1/2 by 8 1/2, and then 7 by 8. Now on the 7 by 8, I did cut it down a little bit short. I know I cut everything down a little short. Reason being is you'll see when we wrap the pages. I'm really more into wrapping the pages like this for my last couple of albums because I'm much happier with how perfectly even and square, see, everything turns out. Nothing sticking over the edge. This is going to be a top load, and it wouldn't matter if I did it the other way. I've been wrapping to the back. I found it does not take away any space, makes it easier if you're uncomfortable with putting pages on. And the whole thing about this is creating projects that you're not going to pull your hair out with. It's kind of like losing weight. If it's going to take forever and be a lot of work, we tend to not continue doing it. So that's my goal here. With the cardstock at the 8 1/2 across the top, we're going to score it 1/2 inch. Then I'm going to turn it basically clockwise. So now my 1/2 inch score line is at the top. You'll see why. And my 7 1/2 is now across the top of my scoreboard so that we can score it at 1/2 inch again. You're going to do that to all 4. I've already prepared the other 3 because I want a 1/2 inch score to my right, 1 to the bottom. That's my hinge where there's no score mark. When you cut across here, you want to make sure you don't cut in to where your score line intersects. You could have a hole. Mine are the corners, and I'm just checking. I don't want really anything to overlap. So if you need to straighten it up, don't cut the score line. Just go from the score line out. And then we're going to place the 7 by 8 cover in here. I'm going to wrap the bottom, and I like to use my clothespin for this. See, what I'm doing is I'm checking that nothing's sticking over the top and that the bottom will fold over nice. Because it is sticking a little bit over the top, I'm going to trim it down. Just a tiny bit. Just enough so everything is nice and flush. Once it's nice and flush, now we can add our adhesive. And I stopped filming for a few minutes. We were working on kits for the retreat, and you know what I did? I didn't close up my glue. So let's see if it'll come out. Oh, very good. Now, these have some good advantage with the, there we go, pin right in it, and it's pretty strong. So we'll go ahead and close that as we're working. Trying to soften it up, and then I'll be able to squeeze it out. There we go. We're back to nice, easy putting the cap back on. Now, again, it gives me a nice finished edge. There's nothing that I have to trim off. It's perfect. Now for the spine. You know, we have the Ring. We have the Ring cameras. We have the Ring doorbells. We have like I was mentioning, but I'll tell you what, on the weekend when family is outside working, it's really a pain. So I'm going to sign out. We won't have to hear that. Okay, I did cut my hinges down, and they're just a hair over 7 7/8 because I want them to fit nicely. I want that to almost be the same length as the page, but not quite, because you don't want any movement. So this is 12 inches. Like I said, it's a hair over 7 7/8, and we're going to score. Now, one thing you're going to notice different, so I'll be reading the score marks to you. That's why I pre-scored. I wanted 5/8 of an inch and 5/8 of an inch gusset. It's just a hair more, but the book that I'm going off is the original, my original one, somewhat. And I see how it started to get really thick. And we need more room because we have such thickness with, especially right here with these pages. So I chose to go 5/8 of an inch. Let me give you those score marks, and they're also down in the comments of this video. So we're going to start at 1 3/4, 2 inches, 12 inch across the top. 1 3/4, 2. Now 2 5/8, 3 1/4, 3 7/8, 4 1/2, 5 1/8, 5 3/4, 6 3/8, 7, 7 5/8, 8 1/4, 8 7/8, and 9 1/8. So I love the 1/8 of an inch scoreboard. We sell them at Country Craft Creations. Everything is marked in 8ths, and it makes it so easy to follow along. Now, you're going to have a 1/4 here and a 1/4 there. I always quickly explain. This gives you a 1/4 of an inch spacing between the cover and your first page. That's why I do it this way. So you have these 2/4, you'll see I kind of have a messed up score line here, but it's still usable. So I'm going to fold at that very first score line for both of these. There we go, to get that one right. 1/4 here and a 1/4 there. We're going to start with these first 2 5/8 of an inch score lines. We're going to pinch them together. I'm going to push down to form my 1/4 of an inch. There we go. See, sometimes a heavier page with more flips and flaps makes, you need a bigger hinge. Okay, now we need to skip one of the 5/8 of an inch gussets and just pinch the next two. The reason I fold it over like this, I can see if it's going straight because my cardstock would not be lining up down here if I wasn't going straight. Then you pick it up and push down and just rock it back and forth. Burnish it if it feels pretty stiff. There's our second hinge. Again, 5/8 of an inch gusset. So we're going to pinch the next two together. Lay it flat to see that my paper is straight. That means my hinges are straight. And back and forth. Again, a gusset and our next set of hinges, because there's 4. All right, so we have 4 hinges and our nice roomy gussets. I'm going to turn this to the back. Now, if you're going to use Scor tape, you will put Scor tape on the top. I use art glitter glue for this whole process. And if you're using Scor tape, you want to just put Scor tape on one side of your hinges. So you'd go Scor tape, skip, Scor tape here, Scor tape, skip, just like so. But I use art glitter glue. And we're just going to go down in that crevice on the sides and fold over. Again, I'm folding over each one so that we can get them attached together, but then I can also watch my cardstock to make sure everything's going straight. And I do burnish. Now push back so you keep that, there you go, 1/4 of an inch right there. Oops, there we go. So then I skip here, whoops, and go into the next 2 hinges that are going to go together. When it comes to the hinges, I'm also pretty heavy-handed. Because again, these are going to be a working mechanism and you want them working. I'd gotten glue there. I'm gonna have to be careful for a minute. And I do like to go over and burnish these while the glue is still a little wet so that you don't get a stiff layer there. Okay, push that down. Kind of inevitable coming out the end there. Again, turning it over, keeping everything straight. It should just fall into place. Let's do the 4th one. Just squish the glue out to begin with and get it over with. Okay, let's turn this over. Nice and flexible. There we go. Works great. So I'm going to turn it to the back, flatten it, and remember we have that 1/4 inch. You'll see it with your score lines. So you're going to fold one piece up, and the next piece, which you're going to also notice is too long. I'm going to lift it up just a hair, and we're going to mark where we need to cut that off. See how everything just lays nice and together? Now we're going to add adhesive to that score line. Just down to keep the formation of our 1/4 inch. Again, just making sure where I glued it I didn't cause a problem, but it looks like it let go. I also use my wipes because you'll notice how much easier it glides along the paper than your skin does. Okay. Make sure we're spreading that glue everywhere. Burnish down the 1/4 inch. And there's our hinges. And we are now going to grab our book. So I am going to take these off. It's just, I have them down with just some temporary adhesive. When I work, I'm like the guy that, you know, puts your walls in. I mark on everything. Voila. We are now going to place and make sure our books, it's kind of upside down, but you're not going to notice it because we're going to cover it. If you did like I did it, I'm pretty sure it's upside down. Okay, when you center this, you will have spacing here, and I did this on purpose. This is why I went with the 3-inch spine. We're building up our inside and back cover more than usual, And in order to do that and not interfere with our pages, we have to have some extra room here. I'm just getting the temporary off. Okay. Adhesive. And this is my adhesive of choice because it's not going to come off with normal wear and tear. Just eyeballing. Gotten really good at holding things down. The glue dries very, very fast, but still had where it's moved. So we're going to do those outsides first. Cleaning up any adhesive. Okay. Once that is down, we are putting our pages in first, and then we'll be building our flips and flaps flat and then adding them. I've just found that I am much happier with this rather than I used to just build all my pages then put them on. I'm just liking this. Adhesive at the top. It will squish down, so keeping it at the top keeps it from coming down and running. All you have to do is open up your page, turn this sideways, slip it onto the bottom. I did put it all the way down. Now I'm pinching it for a minute. We're going to lay it flat. And you'll notice that it'll bow up. There we go. And it moves. So it's going to move about 30, just enough, 1/32 of an inch from the bottom. And then the nice thing is too, when you put your flips and flaps on, you know already where your page is, so your flaps are not going to be smacking on the other side, and you're also going to notice your pages are going to lay very nice and flat. So let's move that glue around, because with these specialty tips, then you could go back under if you need to, but see, the glue has already come down. I'm not going to need to, which is nice. This one I'm going to have to, just a little bit. I can see where it lifted. So let's not use our fingernails and ruin the page. There we go. So we're just going to lift that up. And I think this takes the stress off, because I would even get nervous putting my pages on. It's very frustrating to do all that work and then find out your page is a disaster. What can I say? This way, it has just taken so much stress off of the building of albums for me. And I hope it does the same for you. Now our second page. So you'll notice those go to the back. When I put this down this time, I want to put it right next to this guy. They should be a perfect match. And if you're following along on our Thursday Night Live December Daily, you'll know I had one that wasn't a perfect match, and I did show how to cut it off, and I put a new page in. That doesn't happen very often, but I prefer not to have to do that. Just run your, oh, yeah, see, we've got some spaces that need to be filled in. Page is laying beautifully flat because I'm burnishing, and like I said, I burnish pretty hard, so we need to get underneath there. Page 3. Before I hold it back up, have to hold it up because it's already setting. Check this side. Yeah, we gotta get under there. So I'd rather use not enough glue to begin with than too much and have it a mess all over my page. Laying beautifully. I mean, they'll bulk up a little bit. That's normal. Oops, I am going to go a little bit wider on the glue than just, there we go. But not too. Lay it down. Quickly, there we go. Move it so everything's straight. That's what's important. Just Wilbur, no. We have 3 dog beds in the studio, and they're not small. 3, so they can each have one. And he whines at the others to get off their beds because he wants the bed they're on. And that's naughty. side. Oops, let's not tear the paper. Just a little bit. Laying nice and flat for now, which makes it nice. And I just want to check my back page. Oops, a spot or two here. I feel like you're at the dentist. That's all good. Okay, pages are on, and we will now do our inside front cover. And that's burnished. And don't worry, we're going to fill those spaces up. Oh, for up here at the top, if you do have clothespins, and I may add some more adhesive just at the top, but right now I'm just going to put a couple of clothespins there just to help it stay closed there on the hinge, and we'll get started now on the front inside cover. Okay, we're going to get started with the inside cover by creating the flap that will hold everything together, and you're going to need a 6 7/8 by 6 and a 6 by 5. And then I also have the pocket that is going to go at the bottom, and so it's 3.5 by 7, which I did, like I said, I did pre-scoring to make sure nothing was wrong before we started the video. So on the 6 3/4 inch side, we're going to score it 1/2 and 1, and you're going to repeat with the 6 by 5, 5 inch at the top, score it 1/2 and 1. Our 3.5 by 7 inch pocket, you'll score. Let's start here on 3 sides at 1/2. Turn it so your 3.5 is at the top. Score at 1/2, and again at 3.5. We're going to be creating other pockets, but we'll start with this. I want to start with the bottom. So I did already cut my corners, as you can see, and I mitered the tops, and so we just want to burnish everything up, and then go ahead and let's burnish our score lines. Now you want these score lines, the fold is going to be at the bottom on the 6 by 5. And our pocket is going to sit right above the score line, and then it should fit perfectly side to side. Once you know it fits, we're going to now add it to the flap. Oh. Lighting on me. There we go. You can also fold that in if you want to get it just even there with the bottom. Okay, after we get that on, I want to mat this. So what I'm using is the 8 by 8 paper pad, and this is going to be the first, no, it's not the first one in there, but it's your Nature's Bounty. I'm going to use the front and the back, and I already did the cutting, so our pocket now is 3 inches. So this is 2 7/8 by 4 3/4, and you will have this piece left over, and from it you're going to cut a 1 inch. and we're going to use the back side. So that is the back side of Nature's Bounty, I believe it was called. Ink my edges up. I'll use this one here in just a minute. Add our adhesive. And then you will leave just a space, but you want to try and get the same amount of border going around your edge, like so. And now for the inside, let me show you. So this is the one sheet I'm working off of. That's 1/2 inch. So I'm going to go ahead and cut. I'm going to cut about a 3/8 of an inch. I'm going to go just a hair over, and then I'm going to cut this down to 5 7/8. And I am going to use, we'll be doing 2 because I want one for the inside and one for the outside. So here's what happens. This is going to sit like this. We'll want one here. Folds down. So if it's directional, you do want it to be facing the correct way. And I'm using the purple because the inside is where I use the ivory. Or the plum. It's just gorgeous. And I need to cut another one the same size. That's going to go back here. Let me go ahead and cut 2 more. We're going to use it on the top, on the front and the back, just like we're doing now. And I'll go ahead and get mine cut down to 5 7/8. And because this is a dark color, you do see the white core of the paper, so I am inking it because I don't want to see that white core. Ooh, it's time. Goodness, it's time for a new sponge, and I just lost my paper. So I'm going to have to just ink away from my work. Again, making sure if it's directional, because this will show on the outside of your book. Now for inside the pocket, I cut a piece of the same paper that's 2 inches by 4 3/4, and I'm putting it now to the left. And I also cut my 1 inch. And I think it's a little bit longer, but that's okay. It was the 4, it's the same as that one. And it's going to sit like that. So we're going to go on the opposite sides and ink our edges. And my purple or plum, it's just beautiful. Oh, being a stinker already. There we go. Making sure everything's even. And that nothing down there is stuck. Nope, it's not stuck. Very good. We won't be putting these on yet. You'll see why, but we're going to continue. Now for the back side, it's 4 inches. So it's going to fold this way. And for this one, you're going to want your cards. We're going to be using a 4x6. But we're not going to use the ephemera cards because I'll have to go pick up a pack out of the warehouse. Alright, we'll come back to that before we put it on. I did walk in from the warehouse without it. So that's our bottom. I can just place that to the top for a moment. I'm going to go ahead with my back side. So there's our 1/2 inch. It's going to fold up. Checking my directional because there's wording on there. That also adds some strength to that gusset. Okay, fold that down. Now, for this little guy, we have, so the idea is this is going to sit just like so. Tags will keep this closed. So we have a pocket at the bottom. This is a double pocket. And that's why you needed to have the 2 3.5, or I said 2 3.5, didn't I? Well, I cut mine at 3 for some reason. So I want 3.5. Let me go ahead and cut a 3.5 by 7. And again, I did cut it just a hair short of 7 so that I get a nice tight fit. So with my 3.5 by 7, with the 7 at the top, we're going to score same way, 1/2 inch, turn so we're at the 3.5 at the top, and turn again. Now for the smaller one that's 2.5, we're just going to score each end with the 7 across the top at 1/2 inch. And again, 1/2 inch. And what I want to do, this isn't the placement, I'm just checking my fit on both of these. One thing, because we're going to stack these, we do want them to be the same size. You don't want one shorter, it would look funny. And you don't want one longer, of course. So they, yep, they both fit nice and tight. For those of you in the military, you know what I mean. Nice and tight is snug up on, you know, nice and tight. Nothing hanging over or sloppy. And miter our corners. Mitering the top, we're just going to put our paper in, but it does kind of help it not get caught on the corner, it seems like. But it's not necessary, totally. If you don't do it, that's okay. Checking everything on the back. Just burnishing again. Now our smaller piece needs to actually go on first. The bottom, we know it's going to the bottom. So I'm going to make a mark with my pencil, and that tells me where the top of my pocket is. So I'm going to bring this one that will give us a tag all the way through, just about, oh, 1/4 of an inch down, or you can even go further down. See, when you place them on, depending on how much room you want. And I will tell you how much from the top I'm going to make it easier for you. Let me just go ahead and mark this. So that's where mine's going to sit. So I'm going 3/4 of an inch from this top. I have that folded over. So even if you want to just measure 3/4 down, that's where my first one will sit. Matching my sides for a perfect fit. We'll go in there in just a minute, make sure everything's down. Now the second one will sit right at the bottom of my flap. Let's just hold that for a moment. Time for a new wipe. I'm using my spatula. It's just a plastic scraper from the hardware store. couple bucks. Got ink everywhere. Making sure my corners are not stuck. Like that one. There we go. Now, I already know that this is going to overlap there. That is what, whoop, see, that's what's holding our flap closed. So we do need to look at it though to continue with our pattern. And it will take another piece of your 8x8, or definitely you can go ahead and use your 8x8, but I liked the smaller print on this. So I'm going to go ahead and cut the first one at 2 7/8 again by 4 3/4. Now, I already have the pieces left from my other one, but you need to make sure it's the right direction, because this time we're going to put this over here to the left-hand side, and then I need to cut this piece, but I do have the one I just cut too. I'm going to cut this to my inch. Okay, if it will cooperate, it's small. And I'm thinking, we're going to save this for the top. Let's go with something solid here, because it kind of puts our pattern off. So on this one and this one, let's break up that maybe with some plaid. Here we go. Instead. So I'm going to cut this. I'm going to go the full length. So 2 7/8 by 5 7/8. And this is Abundant Harvest. Yes, that looks nice. I think I cut it a little bit long. Just a hair. So right there, I only need a 1.5 inch piece. So I'll cut it here on my cutter, and I'll cut it down to 5 7/8. And then our little piece here, I'm going to go, even though that one is you know, that way, I'm going to alternate, and it will fit right inside of there. Even though that one has it to the left, we won't see that because we're gonna have tags there. So I'm happy with that. I really like that. I like the plaid. And then we'll definitely have the chipboard, something really cool in the center. So we'll start at the top, inking the edges. I just love the potting soil. I think it's kind of cool using it with fruit and floor. It just kind of ties it in. We've got the beautiful fruit, floral, and the dirt. Potting soil. There, and this one. That'd be too much, but it'd be pretty. top. And this will be a great little place for those recipes that you're working on that you want out front. If you're using it for a recipe album. So I don't mess this up. I love it, grapes. Okay. Bring it down so it all matches, hopefully, as close as we can get it. Okay, there goes the pocket, and then we'll do our decorating when we after we get everything on. Okay, we're going to start with the bottom flap, and remember it's going to fold down. So your 4x6 cards, the front's absolutely gorgeous, really either side would go. I'm going to use the back because it's just a great journaling spot, and it fits. It's a little bit bigger than if you were to cut your paper down, but you definitely could cut it and then round the corners. I'm just going to leave it. It's a really tight fit, fills up that space nicely, and I am going to ink the edges. Excuse me. I call these more, instead of a working recipe album, they're usually heirloom albums. They're albums that you might make with Christmas. I know, I'm going to say it coming up. Yes, it's only February, but Wilbur's throwing his bowl down the stairs because he knows we're getting close to his dinner time. I feel that getting it done now, and then you have the gift. You don't have to make it later. But they're more of an heirloom album. It's where I would go through my family's recipes and, you know, sort those out and put them in here. And you might want to make a note about it, because the next section flips up is where we're going to have kind of a picture spot or a journaling spot. It's totally up to you. But this is 3 1/8 by 5 7/8, and then these two are from the 8x8 pieces we've been working on. These are 1 1/4 by 5 7/8. So we're going to lay these down first, because we want these to be symmetrical, and you can even lay them down and not put anything there if you don't want to. But then our 3 1/8 will fit right in the center. I already did ink the edges. Again, I'm going to leave that border at the top, do the bottom. And remember, you need to leave that 1/16 of an inch or so from the hinge. And I'm using the ivory linen cardstock that we sell at Country Craft Creations. And that will just be placed here in the center. Very, very pretty paper. So when that flips up, this will flip down. Then we have that beautiful postcard there. Just love it. And see, it says this side for address only. You definitely could write a message and use these as postcards. And see, it does come down to your edge pretty close. And that's where you'll want to trim it if you, or bring it up a little higher, but it definitely does not hang over. So we can just set those two aside. And the next piece that we're going to work on is going to be a 12" by 9. Now you're going to cut it a little shorter than 9 because it needs to fit on the inside of your album cover. That's my temporary. So I'm going to get that off, and then we'll go ahead and definitely score this. And I'm going to have you just do, we're going to do all these pieces. This temporary tapes you can buy are really cool, but they do leave that kind of a, well, it just rubs off film. So you've got your 12 by 9, but cut it a hair short. Then you have a 6½, again 9, but you're going to cut it between the 8 7/8 and 9. You need it to be shorter. Then we're going to have a pocket, and let me get my measurements here. Our pocket is going to be 8½ by 4½. Pocket is going to be your normal scoring, 8½, ½ inch. Turn it so your 4½, score at ½ inch, and again to the 8½, score at ½ inch. You'll cut your corners, miter the top, and we'll burnish those in just like we do all pockets. Now with your 6 by 9, 6½ by 9, you'll score on the 6½ inch side at ½ inch. Go ahead and miter those corners. $12 by 9. You want to score at backwards. Score at 1/2, 1, and 8. Again, that's 1/2, 1, and 8. So this is going to fold in. And then we will have that ½ inch gusset again, because we need room for recipes. The pocket is going to sit on the inside of the actual album cover, and that will be where you can put, well, anything. Or you can put recipes out of a magazine, whatever you would like. But we do want to do all the matting first. So I want to grab the book. Well, we're going to do all of our matting before we even put anything down. We've done our scoring, and I've gone ahead and cut and laid this out for you, and then I'll also be inking edges. So again, we're going to cover these ½ inch gussets with 3/8 of an inch by 8 7/8. Remember, I cut mine short, so you'll have to cut this a little short of 8 7/8. You'll want two, one for the inside and one for the outside. And I do, like I said, I do that because we have these easy dots. They'll be on the website soon, and they're really nice because they make laying things out easier to do. So we're going to do this. If you notice, we did this with the December daily, and I really like it, so I'm repeating. Now you're going to cut 1 inch by, again, it'll be, mine's 8 7/8, so I did 2 of those, and I'm going to use the fruit side. I did try the plaid side, but it wasn't doing it for me. And then these inner pieces are the 1 inch by 4 3/4. 1 inch by 4 3/4. Yeah, I'm just loving these. Thank you to Bonnie on our teaching team for retreat. She told me all about these. So 1 inch by 8 7/8, 2. 1 inch by 4 3/4. Make sure the directional is going the right way. And then for my white pieces on the inside, so you just wipe those off. These are going to be a 3 1/4. Now cut them just a hair longer than 3 1/4 and 4 3/4. That just means when you're cutting at 3 1/4, just move it over a little bit. That's all. So we'll start. Oh, let's go ahead and do this piece. So I'm going to use a chipboard. Hold on. Wilbur keeps coming and taking my stuff and looking at me and running. He's been told no 100 times, and he keeps doing it. Okay, so this is from the 12 by 12. This is where I cut all these pieces from the plaid, and I'm going to do the plaid here to break up all the prints. The print's beautiful though, but we do want to go ahead and ink our edges. So this one is 3 7/8 by 8 7/8. He just dumped a box of chipboard, and we're going to get a new ink dauber pad. Let's go ahead and ink our edges, cut those papers, and I have to grab this box. It's full of chipboard spines that we cut, and he took the box off the table and decided to run with it. That's much better. Nice new one. So we're going to ink all these edges, and I'm using the plaid so that it ties in with the top. I was reading an article today from, actually she's in all of our groups. I want to say designer, she's not, but she's just very active. But she's a stay-at-home mom. She's younger. And she mentioned, no, she didn't mention, she posted this article about stay-at-home moms and the true source of, you know, depression and loneliness they can get. I'm that way with Wilbur, okay? This is why I talk so much in my videos. I'm a stay-at-home dog mom who runs a business and enjoys my time crafting with you talking. So I talk a lot. I know, I'm sorry. I try not to. But then I get questioned as to if something's wrong for not talking. So the nice thing is we can craft together and feel like we're together, or you can fast forward me and shut me right up. But no, one of the things was they were talking about, this was not from her article. I looked up a different one after I read that one. And it did say that home, not only craft, but the videos that are all over YouTube, Instagram nowadays, they're a source of entertainment more so than the TV, because they were talking about the people that do the videos, like myself. We talk to you like you're here with us. And they were saying for some people that's really important. And so sometimes I'm that way too. I'll be watching a video and I'm like, I'm going to fast forward. You're just talking too much. But you know what? I'm not saying I am. Maybe that person is just lonesome and her videos are a way to communicate with the outside world. Made me look at things a lot different. A lot different. 1 inch. Again, it's so hard to tell the upside downs, there we go, of these. So I'm going to fold that in. Oops. Oh, I smashed my paper on the other side. Let me take it off. Fold that in. Give it a good burnish, and then we're going to lay these down. They're 1 inch. Again, keep your border. They're 1 inch by 8 7/8. I always do these piecing first because you want these to be symmetrical. It's easier to cut down what goes on the center than it is to change, you know, the layout and the symmetrics of this. Okay, let's close that so we don't get a false edge here. There we go. Again, trying to keep my borders even. This is also, this would be a really pretty gardening album. I know my mother has a very beautiful yard, so it'd be nice to put the pictures. Again, these are 4 3/4. By 1 inch. From in there evenly, so you have hopefully the same spacing, and hopefully they match at the top. My pear's upside the right way. That one looks like it's upside down, but it's not. It's just paper goes in so many different directions. And it feels really good to have some graphic 45 paper that I really like, because if I don't like it, I don't craft with it. And I haven't crafted with it in a long time. Well, it's not that I didn't like it. It just didn't really spark my creativity. And this, I just love this. It's the colors. So these that are 3, they're 4 3/4 long. And remember, they're just a hair over 3 1/4. They're a perfect spot. Just journal or handwritten recipe. If you've ever taken a handwritten family recipe, scanned it, printed off. And you don't have to even put the whole thing on here. Maybe just a part of it, and then a photo of the person the recipe comes from. And we will decorate the inside later. Okay, this is going to go now on the inside of my page. And it's 3/8 of an inch by 8 7/8. So this is going to turn like so. Burnish. And this is going to sit here. And then on the inside, so I've used the ivory. This is the 3x4 journaling card. I'll show you the other side. This is another 4x6. This is the green from our spine. And then this is the leftover piece that we've been using of all the purples and this plaid of this 8x8. And that's what our layout's going to be. Remove these. And I'll give you all the sizes here. So my 3x4 card, because this is 4 inches, I did just trim a little bit off of each side just so it would fit nice. My 4x6 card, I'm not even trimming, and look how gorgeous this side is. And you get duplicates. See, this was what we used on our inside of the album on the spine. That just wipes right off. There's no marks. Okay. So we'll start again with the spine piece. 3/8 of an inch by 8 7/8. I can't believe the way time flies. I put the crock pot on today. My goal was just to do this because I'm just in love with this paper. And here it is, already time to stop and go fix supper, but you know, that's just going to have to wait till we get this layout done. On the other half and in our book. This is one of those projects where my family says, we won't be seeing you for a while, will we? It's like, no, I love this paper. I'm going to get this done. Okay. So I've already rounded these corners. So I am going to put these down first. Let's put this one down here since I got some ink on them, and sometimes my cutter doesn't quite round it the way I like. Again, really nice spot for a 2x3 photo or notes. Oh, there it is. I kept it the 3 inches, just cut the length, and that's upside down. So you could use either side. But I really like Life is Sweet. I like these two. When you don't have a card made, you need to add it to a gift, or you just don't have time to get that card made, these are a great substitute. The ephemera cards. Okay. again, first my postcard. I just want to lay things down, and I want to give you the measurements, of course. Two and well, I had to cut mine down. It's a little longer than 2 3/4. You'll have to measure yours also, but it's 6 7/8. What you'll do is lay everything down, and then I just take a hair off until I get it the right size. And then we have a 2 7/8 by 6. So I cut it the exact same size as my card. That bend will come out. And then I rounded the corners using just the 1/4 inch on my cutter. So you have a small one and a large size. So I used the smaller to match my card so that they were the same size. Should be about the same length. So this is where you can also measure this if you need to trim it. That's why I put it down last. I will have a sticker that goes here just to kind of tie things in. I was going to use the chipboard, but I like I'll show you chipboard piece for the other side. Makes it look like it's a button on the pocket. So there's a sticker also that looks really good there, but I wanted to use it out here. Like I said, it makes it look more like a button from your chipboards. So it's the round circle with the plums. So now let's go ahead and trim those. We're not going to, I don't have the matting for the inside pre-cut. The reason being is you'll see we have a lot to put down first, and we want to make sure of the true measurements. Whoa, oh, we haven't done this one yet. So this is the flap on the other side that's 6 1/2. Oh, that's right. We haven't done this one yet, have we? So this is what this looks like on the outside cover. This is the green also, that leftover piece from our spine, and the matting of our front cover, and then I just used the back side. So for the back, the only piece I didn't do, and I've got to show you how to make this. You're going to cut a square that's 5 1/2 by 5 1/2. We'll make it together here in just a moment. And then I took this from the Patterns and Solids. And this is going to go down here like so. Okay, I took my pieces off the front, and we'll do the measurements. This is from the 8 by 8. You'll have this little piece, so I cut it down to 3 3/4 by 5. 1 inch by 5. It's going to be on my sides in the plaid. And the piece that's going to cross the center is, mine's 1 1/8 by 5 7/8. And then the ivory cardstock, that should be fine once we get adhesive, is 2 5/8. Oh, by 5 7/8. So one thing I'm going to do is I want to fold this in, and I'll tell you why. I want to make sure this one is over here on the 5 7/8 because I need it to be the same length as that, so it won't look off. And these are the 1 inch by 5 inch pieces. So I know that my green's going to fit like so. It doesn't matter where this is. I just want to use it as a guide. We'll bring that because we want this to look like it all belongs together. I did all the distressing, so we didn't have to do that on camera. And 3 3/4 by 5. I'm going by putting the butterfly right side up. And then the green is going to go along here, just leaving a little bit of spacing. But see, everything now is in line with each other. So check your fit, just in case you have to trim it. But for me, it fits how I want it. If you want more of a border with the craft showing, definitely you can trim this down. Now on the inside, I've already cut my matting because I want the full size at 5 7/8 by 8 7/8. But we want to make that diagonal pocket. So you want a piece of cardstock that's 5 1/2 by 5 1/2. You'll notice mine is only 5. I didn't want to cut into a brand new piece because I made the sample and it turned out well, so I didn't want to cut another piece. You're going to take your 5 1/2 by 5 1/2 and you're going to score 1/2 inch all the way around because we're going to use one of these for front and back. Just score your 1/2 inch. Then we put it in the cutter at a diagonal, so tip to tip. And there's your 2 diagonal pockets already scored for you. So this is from the 5.5 by 5.5. Now I'll just go ahead and burnish those down. And I did already cut my angles. So you really want to take it deep from the top so it's straight down, so it's totally out of the way. Now your matting. Your mat is going to be a 4 3/8 by 4 3/8 piece of cardstock. And this is from the 8 by 8. So let me grab the other half and let me show you. Don't know why I did this. So what I did is I cut the 4 3/8 by 4 3/8 same way. After you get your corner, then put it in and cut it at an angle. Now after you take it off and you try it, if for some reason it's too long, and I know this one is going to be, put this in your cutter so it's at an L shape, and I took 1/8 of an inch off. So this will be for my other one, but took the 1/8 of an inch off, and then it fit just fine. So we'll use that for the back cover. I'm going to use this for the front cover. And this one I do need to ink my edges. Again, this is from the 8 by 8. And the page is Life is Sweet. Okay, I'm going to take my 5 3/4 by 5 3/4, or 5 3/4 by 8 7/8. It's not 5 3/4, 5 7/8 by 8 7/8. I'm going to place my corner pocket on there. Hold it down with a clothespin. I'm going to bring these to the back. So making sure we're turning in the right direction. Now your pocket is going to match the corner of the page to the corner of the pocket. So it'll sit right there nicely. You know what I just noticed? I didn't ink the edges of my paper. Did I? Oh, I guess I'm senile. I don't know. I know I did this one because I did it before I went live. Well, it looks just fine. It doesn't matter. Really down. And it's perfectly on. So let's grab our album cover. This one is going to sit here. This will sit here. Now, one thing I want to do is I'm going to bring I'm going to bring the edge right to the edge of our book. I want to put these two down before we put our this flap here. So I need to turn my book sideways, not hit the keyboard. I'm going to fold this in words like so. Let's do a burnish there. And, whoa, uh-oh. I hope Wilbur's not up on the counter. That startled me. Did you guys hear that? Yes, he does get on the counters. Okay, let's flip that open. I think that really makes a really nice layout. And for this one that will be underneath here, the thing to remember is you have a working cover, you know, fold. So we need to keep away from the line there. About 1/8 of an inch. Everything's sliding away from me. Okay. Make sure everything matches. It matches great. Now we'll go ahead and we're going to put the top on first. So I do want to turn this upside down. And one thing to know is form that so we can have it nice and square. And I want this to match, see this outer edge. Get my fingers in there without messing things up. So it's going to sit underneath going to sit underneath both flaps. So you'll be able to see from here. I'm going to make a mark and then I'll show you from the inside. I made a mark right here where this edge is, so I'm going to now open everything. And I'm going to place this at that mark. You can kind of close your book. Yep, and check it. We're good. Don't need to miter any corners because we're not going like top to bottom or edge to edge. It'll hide under there fine. And before we dry, we can kind of close it quickly. Keeping straight. That looks fine. Just at the very top of my album. Now, leaving it like so, it's going to help put the bottom on so that we can match each other. Pushing it to the edge. Now see, we have to measure the space inside before we do any matting. The right side goes down first, and then that side. Again, if you need to reburnish your gusset, you can. Then the bottom comes up, and the top sits on top there. I'm just going to use my, where did they go, cards? The ephemera cards, to give you an idea. I'm just putting them in to show you how it's going to hold them closed. Because I'll put more than one, of course, 2 or 3. And then you'll be able to have long ones that will go through. Oops, we got something stuck here. There. And you can put them in there if you trim them, but you'll be able to put cards in there. Of course, cards in here. These are all pretty much, I know, too much the same color. So we'll be making them with leftover cardstock. Why does that feel like I got that not exactly straight? Give you an idea. Well, that will hold everything shut. So it holds both flaps. You've got tons and tons of room in here. We'll make tons of our leftover paper. Will be great for mats and tags. Or recipe cards. You can use any recipe cards you have that you want to put in here. You know, when that comes over, it's just not laying straight, but it lays straight when we fold it down. That's what we call homemade. But it did. I love the color combination. Now we need to measure this inside, and we do have that pocket that will sit on, excuse me, on top of our matting. This has gotten kind of thick. So from this gusset to this gusset, I have 8 7/8. Or no, 7 7 7/8 basically. So I'm going to cut 7 3/4. By 8 7/8. I'm just kind of looking here. I've been using the plums. I think that's what I'm going to go with. And I really cut this wrong. I did. It's a good thing we're going to be able to use it for something else. 7 3/4. And the pocket sits right on top. I'm gonna go with the plain. And from that 8x8 that I cut that corner pocket so that we kind of blend this all in, I'll use that on the top of the pocket for the matting. Yeah, I know, that's a inside cover. See, that's why we only have 4 pages. But woof, we got it done. You know, I should have angled that corner kind of high. Sticks up there a little bit. Not a lot, just a little. All those corners down. Now you'll notice if you're using the same one, you've got some faint lines here. And I found one that's 1/2 inch from the bottom, and that's where I'm going to place my pocket. With as many folding pieces, I did not want the pocket to go the full side by side, and that's why it just sits on top here, because there was already enough bulk happening on the sides. Okay, so the pocket is now 3.5 inches, 4 inches, sorry. 4 inches by 7.5 inches. So our matting is going to be 3 7/8 by 6 7/8. Oh, the direction is not going to work. And that's an awful lot of purple. Let's pull some green in here. Let's see. We're just going to cut off the bottom. Three 7/8 by 7 3/8. This ties in with the fruit. everything is nice and tied in. Now the back cover has some parts, but not as many. So I'm going to go ahead and grab, this is just a leftover piece of some cardstock to hold this down as we're working. And then I can use them as mats because I'll be cutting them as tags. So those will be perfect in there so I don't cut them on something else. And now we can get started on the back. After I play with that for just a minute. There we go. So we'll have both of these and they'll match when we're done. Okay, let's work on the back. Before we go through the matting, like I said, this is a little smaller than the front for the back. Now the back is going to be the same thing. We have that 9 by 12, and you want to score it 1/2, 1, and 8. I did go ahead and round off my corners. Like I said, my cutter is giving that little indent. Now this one is going to be a pocket. It's not going to just look like a pocket. It is going to be an accordion pocket. And then remember, we have the other half of that corner pocket. And I am going to use a magnet on this little guy. So this is 11, wait a minute. This is 12. Okay, you're going to cut it just a hair short of 12. Because remember, we cut this a hair short of 12. We don't want it a full 9. And it is, let me tell you how wide it is. 5 inches wide. So see, when we fold it, it'll be short of 9. And you need 3 inches extra, so it'll be just short of 12. And you're going to score with the 12-inch, 1/2, 1, 1.5. Don't let it confuse you that I'm saying 12. It is a little short of 12 because I cut it that way. And 1/2, 1, and 1.5 on each side to make our accordions. I'm not doing to the bottom. I'm just going to be gluing that flat because I don't want to add any more bulk. So you're just going to fold your sides in first, then taking your pocket or your flap. So this is on the inside. Our fold over is to my right. I'm just folding it in half to make sure it fits. Okay. It does. So this is going to close like so, but the magnet is actually going to be out here because it's going to touch down on the page like so. I'm just afraid it's not going to go, well, it might go through all of that. Let me think here for a minute. I think it will be enough. No, because when we, let's do it the way I'm thinking. I think it will. I'm going to do it that way. If you want to watch me first, make sure. Then I'm going to fold this towards myself and away from myself. See, I even have my magnets ready. Just so we get that accordion. Now here at the bottom, just where those guys fold down, I'm going to add a touch of glue. Well, let's let that dry. We'll put it on in a second. So let's go ahead and turn this over. So this time, this is going to the right-hand side. So I will be putting those strips. I just have not cut them yet. And I chose to go with the orange this time, or rust, orangey rust. I do need to cut this down. So it's 6 7/8, and it should be, well, I cut it at 8 7/8, but it's too long, so I'm going to trim it. So just trim to fit. And this is from the Patterns and Solids. And we already made that corner pocket. And then what I did is I had the piece, but it's sideways. So I wasn't happy with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, I had that apple piece. So now what I've done is I've also gone through my cardstock and taken out one of my pattern papers and taken out one of each. So, because we are going to have to cut the back sides of our, help me here, what do we call them? The back sides. Of the cut aparts. I had an apples cut. And that's not it. I had a 4 3/8 square. Alrighty. I will cut another one. 4 3/8. Except for that's not. I'm batting a million here, aren't I? I don't know where the heck it went. Okay, so I want my apples, and I even made sure my apples were going to be straight. I want them to be facing up, so I checked it first. And now I'm going to put my paper in accordingly so that the apples will be facing the right direction. Again, make sure your fit is what you like. If not, you can trim off just from one side 1/8 of an inch or less. Looks really good together. So, ink, distress the edges. And we'll put this together just like we did the first one. So we'll put this on first. So if you just go through your collection kit and divide out, so if you really don't want to cut apart your cut aparts, set one of each aside, because I will be cutting the backs of one set. So this will sit to the outside. That to happen. All right, let's just get a new one. Now we can put it completely down. Notice that's hanging over. So I'm going to move it up. I don't want it to hang over. Now it just wants to be really sticky. Down a little close to the top, but that's okay because we can put a border. I don't have my sticker sheet, so we'll have a border there. Now we're going to need to cut a piece for the inside there. Do you ever have one of those nights when you just aren't keeping anything close by and all of a sudden you feel like you're going crazy? Yeah, well, we need the plaid because we want the two sides to match. And there it is. So I am going to have to cut into the second sheet, which is okay. I'm just going to take off a 2 inch, about a 1.5 inch. That's all you need. Then you still have tons left. So you need to cut it down to the 8 7/8. And we do need it for the inside and the outside. And since we used, see the plaid, we do want it to match. So we're going to cut the 5/8, or I go just a hair over 3/8. And because of the length of the video, I do apologize in advance, but it is going to be long, as usual. I think it's better, instead of you having to go back and look for parts 1 and part 2, because if you stop, you can just mark down the time you stop at and then go back to it. under those corners so I don't forget. That'll look really pretty with the cut aparts in there. And let's go ahead and turn it now. Oh, so before I do anything, what I want to do is grab the book. Oh, well, that just startled me to death. That was really weird and scared me to death. Somebody was calling me on Messenger, and I don't know who they were. Okay, I grabbed my books. I just want to play around here for a second with my, where I pulled it, magnet. So yes, I do think that's going to be just fine, putting it on the flap. We have the pocket, and then we have those two little flaps. So what I'm going to do is there's going to be a magnet here. And I have some rescued magnets from other projects, so I've got tape on them, but let me grab them. I've already put my Scor tape. So the magnet's going to go on this flap. It will hold it down, and then a magnet on the back here. Up here. And so I'm going to remove, like I said, I already put some Scor tape on here. They were from a project I took apart. Let go. These basic gray magnets are strong. So I'm going to put it about in the center. This will go down onto the back of our chipboard. So now I can mat that and not worry. And on here I want the apples. And then I did take a piece of the orange, but I'm going to use this side, and I'll show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the large one. Might help if I give you the size, right? 3 7/8 by 8 7/8. Excuse me. Same size as the other one. Now, I already cut my 3 7/8 by 8 7/8. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ink all this. I'll ink it again. I'll show you. I'm going to actually take this and cut it in half. And we're going to make it look like two pieces. So I know that's the outside. Oh no, I won't ink yet. I won't do that yet. So I'm just going to fold this in half. Get my center. Like so. So where I'm cutting this, again, it is over 4 and actually we're going, yeah, over 4 7/8. So it's just a hair over. Now I'm going to bring it up to 4 7/8. And you can definitely cut these beforehand. I'm going to cut this one at 4 and 3 7/8. I'm sorry. They're both 3 7/8 by 3 7/8 now. Yes, you can cut them separate, but I had just cut the one strip. So that will go down there. this one's going to come to the top. Now, you definitely can leave them like that. I was going to put a piece of the plaid to blend in across there, so I just need to cut this down to 3 7/8. And you remember we cut that 2-inch, and then after we cut those, that left me with 3/4 of an inch. And that will just sit nicely right on top. Sorry, I've got to plug my heater in. It's getting chilly. The legs get cold. Nothing wants to work. There it goes. Oh goodness. I think with it being a little chilly, my glue's not drying as fast. There we go. Okay, our accordion pocket, we already prepared it. We've had those clothespins on there, and these will still open. It was just to hold that bottom. So you want to turn it so this flap is at the top, and then our pocket will sit right here just at the bottom of the score line. And when we close it, see our magnets here, you have room now for extra recipe cards, extra art, you know, things you want to cut out of the newspaper or magazines. Getting time to fill the bottle. Oh, then we have to go along the bottom. Stay about a 1/16 of an inch from the score line. Yeah, I think I will glue that down after all. Yeah, so I'm just going to glue down that edge right there so it's more flat and flush with the bottom. I wasn't sure, but I'm sure. Oh, we're still the magnets. Well, it knows where it belongs, huh? Straighten out that edge from the blade. Okay. Let's decide what we want to put on the inside of the pocket. And I really don't want to keep with the apples. We don't want to cut apart there. So why don't we add some green? Definitely some green. Do you ever have those moments when all of a sudden you're all thumbs and you can't grab anything? Yeah, we're there. So that's my last green on that one. So we're going to save it. And because these remind me of green trees, I'm pretty sure they're trees in an orchard. Oh, it is. It's called Orchard Fresh. Boy, sometimes I just surprise myself. I'm so unobservant here. Okay. So, our accordion pocket is 5 inches. Measure yours. Mine's 9. And I want this to be directional. I want my trees going up and down. So I'm going to cut 4 7/8 from this edge in. And 8 7/8 long. Now for the inside, I'm really trying to keep everything together, but it's everywhere. And I'm not allowed to touch anything because every time I do, it disappears. Okay, let's just get this one done. They have a lot of cut aparts this time, it seems like. A lot of the sheets have cut aparts. And that kind of takes away from our paper, but that's why you want to use your 8x8 in this project along with the patterns and solids. Now we need to go in about an inch and a half. So it looks like I'm going to go 3 1/2 by 8 7/8. And I'll be honest with you, it's going to be kind of a surprise because I can't figure out what I did with my other apple paper. Oh my gosh. It's right here. So 3 1/2 by 8 7/8. I'm really not going crazy. It just seems like it. Okay, it's going to fit inside of there, but I need to take just a little bit off. Just like so. That looks really pretty in person. I can't wait to see your finished projects with this collection. lots of uses. Like I said, this doesn't have to just be an heirloom recipe. It could be a garden. It can be friendship. It can be just, you know, old family photos, new family photos, lots of fun, different things. Picked up where we have issues. Have a magnet already down, so I want to grab my cover. I do want to put this one down. Now once again, it's coming right out to the edge. Glue that layer down. It's going to sit right out here on the edge, just like the front cover. We are going to have that tie closure, but it's going to sit behind a cut apart on the front. You'll see why when we do that. Didn't want it pulling up the paper. And it's a fat ribbon. Now, because I already have the other magnet on there, I'll take off the tape. Holding that up. There we go. Yeah, that's going to work really well. Just want to make sure it's going to be straight. And really, without these being made with chipboard, they are going to kind of fall in just a little bit. There's nothing you can do. Okay, let's try that. Of course, I keep pushing it in with my fingers. That's better. Okay, so when we open this, we have two pieces of cardstock that is pre-cut. I'm going to say, don't tell me they're hiding with my apple paper, because they're not. Okay. They are 6 5/8 by 4 1/8. And I do need to cut another one. So 4 1/8 and 6 5/8. And you'll score both of them with the 6 5/8 at the top at 1/2 inch. This one's already scored. I didn't even notice the other one was too short. There we go. Obviously, I can't measure it tonight. So one will sit 1/2 inch to my left and one's to the right. So now these are 6 1/8 by 4 1/8. And the reason I did that was again for ephemeras. And so the choice is yours if you want to use front and back. Dear friend, let's see, friendship. And so I always like to leave one of each. So there we go. We'll use the back side light. No, we already used the Life is Sweet. Oh no, I didn't. Did I? Oh, we used a small one. And then of course you have the vertical. So we'll just go with that. These are 4 by 6, and that's the reason I made our flaps this size. And then the back side will have a combination of our ivory cardstock and a strip of the orange. So I have that 1/2 inch to my right on this one. There, now that I've got some heat on, the glue's drying faster. Okay, that one is done, and we'll do the back side here in just a moment. When we flip this over, so you're going to cut your ivory cardstock and I cut mine 4 by 4 3/4. And then you'll want, you could use your apples, you can do the orange, and I'm going to use the orange, so I'm going to cut it down to 4. And you have to just make sure your piece will be wide enough if you're using the directional papers. Four. We got it. I like to use my scraps. Okay. So the bottom, I'm going to put my ivory closest to the score line. And I measure out about 1 1/4. Definitely going to be too long. A little longer than 4. Okay, I'm going to go 1 1/8. So I'll do the same thing here. Let me make sure they're the same length. And 1 1/8. I'm not going to ink the ivory. Okay, we will just turn it over. Okay, that one opens that way and this one opens this way. So I'm going to put the ivory, well, that's in the paper, here, and then the colored in towards the score line. Those are in the paper. Is that really crooked? Yes, it is. Yes, that was cut crooked. It's hard to cut the smaller sizes like that on your cutter, so let me just cut a strip. We did 1 1/8, right? Yeah, 12, 1, and then 8 by 4. Oh, that other piece, yeah, that was terribly crooked. Better. Okay, let's get our cover. And remember, we have a score line here to stay away from. Magnet still works. It's a good thing because it's not getting moved because it's underneath paper. So I'm going to come down about 1/8 of an inch from the top. About 1/8 of an inch from the fold line of our album. We're good. So I'll do the same with this one. An 1/8 of an inch from the bottom. So we want to measure in between the two scores, basically. Let's see if we get about the same measurement. So I'm looking at 7 3/4. Let's double check down here. That's, yeah, 7 3/4 by 8 7/8. So keeping with the reddish orange, I'm going to use the opposite one that has all of the other stuff on it and cut it at 7 3/4. We're going to cut it, and then we'll trim it down if needed by 8 7/8. Yeah, we're gonna have to trim her down. Okay, 7 5/8. Much better. It's almost a red orange. Everything down. Nothing on the white. Now lots of room for cards. Then you have plenty of just tuck space. for things you want to find easy. When I'm done, we'll come back and do our cards and different things for the inside here. And I'll be honest with you, you may want to do this. Well, I'd put a magnet here and here to maybe pull it. I don't make a lot of these with the gussets unless they're a chipboard, as you know. For this reason, which it looks okay. It's just if you're OCD, it's gonna kind of drive you nuts when it's wiggly. So, and it's heavy, so it will pull down. But that looks really nice. Now our ribbon, we'll put on the cover when we're done. It's going to be this green stripe, and it will be underneath our decoration. And this is brand new. We've got it in, and it goes so good with this collection, let me tell you. But the reason for the ribbon being under a cut apart here, it's thick, and it's also a little bit thicker because it's a gross grain. I didn't want it pulling on the paper, and I certainly don't want it pulling on our sides. So, but I feel that these type of albums really do need to have a ribbon closure because they are, you've got so much you need more expansion. Okay, so we're going to start on our pages, and I'll get those cut, and we'll pick up from page 1. Okay, page number 1. I know, sounded excited, huh? I already did some cutting, and I already did round the corners using my 1/2" crocodile, and I chose this from the ephemera cards. So again, you can use either side. I'm going with more bright, and this kind of ties in with what we did on the front. Then you will have a flap that is 6 1/8. No, you won't. It will be 6 3/4 by 4 1/2. Okay, and you're going to put it in your scoreboard and score it 1/2 inch with the 6 3/4 at the top. That is the only scoring there is. You are going to want a magnet to keep our flap down. And then I have 2 photo mats. These photo mats are 3 7/8 by 3, and they will be matted, so 2 by 3 photos. Uh, 2 7/8 by 3 3/4, and the bottom is 3 7/8 by 3. Those 2 are going to be at the bottom. Then this is for the back of our flap, and it's the ivory cardstock, and it is 4 3/8 by 5 1/8. And then I took a strip of the green that we'll be using, and it is 1 inch by 4 3/8. And I just need to go ahead and ink all my edges for this. And then your page matting. This one is so pretty. Both sides are just really pretty. 6 7/8 by 7 7/8. Our pages are 7 by 8. Now, one thing with our flap, of course, we're not going to mat the back until it's down because we have to put a magnet there. But let's go ahead and start with our little photo mats. We're just going to mat with the ivory and set these aside. And for, like me, I have the printer, my little printer, not the selfie printer. Oh my Lord, why do I even try to talk? Anyway, it prints 2x3s. I've shown it before on Scrapbookers of Country Craft Creations. It's the... Anyway, I use it a lot. And it prints and it's self-stick, and the name will come to me and I'll be able to tell you. Prints right from your phone. I do have the camera version of it also that will print right out. I love them. So we can go ahead and mat the front. Like I said, I did go ahead and round off all my corners. But we will not mat the back. I know, tempting, but I'm going to use the other side. That's really pretty. Now the green is going to sit down here. So I am going to put the green on the 1-inch piece. Actually, we can put the magnet because we're not going to be in the way of anything else. So let me just go ahead and place one of the magnets on here. Like I said, these usually have sticky on them, but I rescued them for projects that I was getting rid of or throwing away or didn't turn out. 1/2-inch side. I'm hoping my cutter's getting better. Getting broken in. I had to buy a new one. And it was really stiff. Really stiff when I got it. That's a little close, so that's going to be a really good place for a sticker. That glue flakes. That's the problem with art glitter glue. Okay, I want to go ahead and open my book. I'm going to turn it upside down so I can see what I'm doing. My flap is going to go basically in the middle of the page. So no need to trim our corners. Okay, we're going to add our magnet. There we go. Twist it so it doesn't pick it up. This paper kind of is hard because I love both sides. And I think I do love the other side, but we'll use it somewhere else because we've got a lot of pattern. I'm going to go with this side. And then let me show you our little photo mats are going to sit down here. And you definitely can place them else. Maybe I like that better. See, sometimes you just have to play with your papers to decide what it is you think you really like. I do like that side too, but we've got quite a bit of pattern going on here. Thank goodness you can always buy single sheets. That's what I always say. The ones that are your absolute favorite, which is very hard with this one, just pick up the single sheets. We carry them all the time. So your collection kit comes with 2. And then you can always get your singles. No real set placement here. I'm just kind of, now you can also change your orientation. So you have one going each direction, which actually might be kind of nice. Just in case you do have a horizontal and a vertical picture. It's hard. No, we're going to go horizontal. Have this all planned out, and then I start creating it and I change it. Now, if I was doing the tutorial another day, this may be totally different. You never know. One thing, I've got some really nice space here to put other things if I want to. Check my fingers for ink. Then we'll have some decoration on there. See, this was the original, and we had the photo mats, but they were a little bit different. This was when I did the Home Sweet Home like this. Not Home Sweet Home. Yeah, or whatever that was called. It was a Graphic 45. My absolute favorite. Absolute favorite. So that's that. The front of. Now for the back, we have that nice big pocket. And it's 5 inches by 8 inches. And we'll go, this is like the only big pocket in there. So we need a pocket other than the one on the back. We're going to score on 3 sides a 1/2 inch, 1 long side and 2 short sides. Now I want to just double check my fit here. You'll see where your page was attached because you don't want to extend past there or you're going to have trouble with your page closing. Excuse me. Okay, so our next 2 pages are going to be along the orange. And we're going to cut a strip all the way down at 6 7/8. Because I want to show you. My pocket is going to be this light, but what fits inside the pocket is going to be the dark. So I now know my pocket is 4 1/2 inches, so I'm going to cut 4 3/8. It's going to be the size. And see, this is where we're going to have, you have that cut apart, and then we'll have some other cute things extending over the edge. Now, let's put this down first, because the piece that goes inside the pocket, we don't need to use that whole thing. And we can measure from the top inside the pocket exactly the amount we need to cut this back side. Make sure our pocket is not upside down. I love it. It says red raspberries right there. Kind of the berry paper. Okay, go ahead and add our adhesive to the hinges. Okay, there goes Willer. So I'm going to go 4.5. Make sure nothing's stuck. The call of his people. I'm going to use the back side at 4.5. Oh, look at the strawberry. I love when you get those perfect images. We'll come back because this is, we're going to mount this. And it'll look really cute there. Because this is like our fruit page. Outward so I don't smash it on the inside. All right, let's go ahead and do this because the purple piece is just sitting right there. Well, I don't know if I do want purple. I had it all in my mind, but I don't. I want craft. So this is a 3x4. So actually it's not quite 4. So I'm going to cut this 3 1/8 and then 4 inches. Should be perfect. I'm going to trim all that purple off. I don't think I want any. You'll notice there's like, yeah, there we go. Just a little bit of purple where it looks like it didn't quite get cut off at the factory or the printer. There we go. Plus it gives me those square edges, but I am going to round them. I'm going to cut a little bit of this off, just 1/8 of an inch. So it'll be basically 3 inches by 4 inches, almost exactly. Better. And I'm going to use the 1/4 inch side. So we just want a little bit. Hi, you feel better? I don't know if you guys could hear him out there howling. Uh-oh. Shaking his head. Worries me when beagles shake their head. Ear infections. I'll have to check his ears. Come here, bud. Wilbur. What's the matter? So I'm going to go halfway down. We'll have some other decorations here when we come back and do all of the fun stuff. So about halfway. I just want to see something. I'm going to cut 3/4 of an inch off this bottom. And this is where, oh yeah, we have to have this there. Let me go ahead and get our ephemera that goes with this. Get down. From the ephemera pack, because there is these, oh, they're purple. I don't want purple. Oh, here we go. So we do have, ooh, and then actually it matches. So that's one of the little curly cues from the ephemera pack. And I did show this on YouTube just the other day. The thing is, it's on a chipboard too. It's not cheap stuff. Let me tell you, it's wonderful stuff. There we go. We have that. They've done a really nice job putting it on a heavier weight chipboard, but not too heavy, of course. But it's not going to bend. It's not cardstock. Sorry guys, I'll quit talking because I can't talk tonight. So I'm going to go ahead on my 3/4 of an inch by 5 7/8. No, 6 7/8. Our page is 7 inches. So I picked out a few pieces from the ephemera pack. Not the same. There we go. So let's put him back where he'll be safe. You can use either side. Right it. Now I'm just going to go with these two. So I'm going to attach so it just kind of comes over the edge. Go ahead and get some adhesive there. Okay, I'll do more decorating. I had to try these. Just love them. Okay, we'll also do all of our mats when we're finished with all of our cardstock, and we'll go back and get those. Front of page 2. You want to start with a 5 by 5. Excuse me, 5.5 by 5.5. Then you need 3 that are 5.5 by 6. And when you cut these, go back and just barely cut off a tiny bit before your 5.5 and a tiny bit before your 6.5. It means put it in the cutter and then just back it up, just a tick mark basically, so that everything is going to fit perfectly when we fold it all up. Now on the 6.5 at the top of your scoreboard, I want you to go through and score all 3 of these. Okay, they'll be scored at 1/2 inch on the 6-inch side. Then you need a flap that is like your closure, that is 4 inches by 5.5. And again, we're going to be using a magnet on this one. And then we have pockets on the inside. So they're very small. One is 1 3/4 by 6.5, and 2 1/4 by 6.5. And you are going to want, a large magnet, which I did not grab, so I'm going to grab that right this moment, because I used it for all my standbys, or I call them rescue magnets from projects that I've pulled apart. We're going to start by scoring. You also want to score this one that is 4 by 5.5 with the 4 inches at the top at 1/2 and 3/4. And I did round my corners on what is going to be our closure. I'm going to miter these corners on all of these flaps where we've scored at 1/2 inch. Do them all at once. Then our base. So first we're going to take our flap and I'll attach it around to the back. So I'm trying to get it settled. I got glue everywhere. A hair short, and I want it that way. There's going to be a lot of bulk there, so that's the reason I want it to be straight. Okay, your 1/4 inch score line should be up here, because we're just going to take this 1/2 inch to the back. Our first one will come up from the top. So that is why I cut my hair short, so that they don't hang over the edges anywhere. Just wrapping that to the back. I'm not going to get that up. You'll see. I'll be okay. Now I'm matching this down to the bottom because I want the room up there when this folds. See, in that way nothing gets in the way if you cut it just a hair short. Very seldom do I cut it the true like 6. I always cut a little short when I'm wrapping or doing flip overs and fold overs like so. Actually, it's going to sit this way, this way, this way. So we're going to add another one right here. Wrap your 1/2 inch to the back, match to the bottom. You'll have enough, just a little space there is exactly what you want. Now you'll have plenty of space for adding all those extra photos or recipes, and I'm going to round all of these outside corners. And I already did round this one. This will fold over like so. So let's get our gusset good and straight, and then we can add our magnet. Those are my pockets. And on the inside, let me show you the absolute original. See, I have a pocket here. I have 2 little pockets that are going to sit right here. So those were the small pieces that we cut that are 2.5 by 6.5. Again, cut it short of 6.5. I did not. Yes, I did. And we want to score 3 sides. 2 short sides, 1 long side at 1/2 inch, and then the piece that's 1 3/4 by 6.5. You just need to score the 2 ends at 1/2. And that's one reason I always score to my edge here, because when I do cut them a hair short, and if you score 1/2 inch, you're not going to have a true 1/2 inch from that edge. That we just need to fold up those 2 sides. Fold up these two sides, and first we're going to check how it sits side to side on the pocket. And then how does this sit here? Nope, that sits good. We're good to go. So we fold up the bottom. We need to trim our corners, of course. This one too needs to be trimmed much better. So the pocket with the 1/2 inch at the bottom sits at the bottom. This is so we can put things through. So once again, you're going to just lay them down. And then measure, and I'll tell you the measurement from here on up. Our first pocket will sit 1.5 inches from that fold line. Leave those alone for just a moment. That's how that folds up. Now the back, we don't need to put any paper on. We're going to attach that to the page. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get our matting. And I kind of wanted to stay, you know, with the fruit theme of the opposite page. So I did bring in some apples, some of the gold, and the ivory. So when I cut my pieces, all of these, the gold, my 2 ivories, and that was the back side, are 5 3/8 by 5 3/8. We may have to trim them down just a hair. And I chose the 8 by 8, this plaid piece, because it has all the fruit like we put on the opposite page on that cut apart. Again, check it if you need to cut it, because we did trim those down if you did hair. And then I'm just using a piece from the 8 by 8 of the fruit in orange, and the matte piece for this is going to be 3 1/8 by 5 3/8. And again, let's see if we need to trim it. Nope, we're fine. I do have to ink all my edges. I didn't do those because I didn't know if I was going to be doing any trimming. This one down, so we'll ink them and put them down as we go. Oops. Now I also just took, this is from the 8x8, what was left here, and I'll show you. Then I took a strip that is 5/8 of an inch by 5/8 of an inch by 5 3/8. No, definitely want this one down here. And these were left over from cutting the inside matting and this matting, but I need to take a little tiny bit off of this piece so that my orange shows, you know, has more space. And I do need to round off these corners. See, this is going to sit kind of cattywampus in our book. And I'll put the orange here. Put the big one down this time. When we open, I want my apples, and this was from the 8x8. These are 5 3/8 by 5 3/8. Almost dropped it. Okay, we're gonna lift that up. Then I got the gold. And we'll fix that in just a moment. But I'm going to go gold. The white here. Then I have the cream here again. So we're going to go ahead and get all of these guys ready. 5 3/8 by 5 3/8 is our matting. That one we don't do. And we'll do our little pockets here in just a moment. Do this back side so I don't smear it on the front. This is from the Pattern in Solids sheet. anything on my fingers. Going into the ivory. Only thing with this archival ink, it does come off on here quite a bit, but that's okay if it comes off on here, just not on here. Okay, our pocket. And we have plenty of little leftovers. And there we go. It's already 5 3/8. Well, good night. Let's go inside of there, guys. There we go. It's staying. That's all I can say. The next one, 5 3/8, and we want to have 1 5/8. So. And 5 3/8. I'll cut over here. That's what we've used on the front. 3 inches by 5 3/8. So I have the gold. So I'll just cut a 3 inch by 5 3/8, or yeah, 3 inch by 5 3/8. Start with this one since it's in my hands. Yeah, we're going apples. With the gold, I just really like that. And I can't wait to get this in there and be done with it. There we go. Been fighting me. All down. And then we'll just take cut aparts from the 8 by 8 paper, and that's what will go in there. It's cute little tags from there. Oops. And let's just go ahead and burnish that down again. I didn't get enough glue in the corners. Have something cute there. So for my page, keeping with the orange, so this is from your patterns and stripes for patterns and solids. And this is going to sit off centered. I don't think these chipboards, it used to be you would get two sets of chipboards, and there used to be the one that looked like a pull tab. It's not on this one. Check those corners. Just like so. Or you can even change the orientation if you like. This can sit at any direction. I am using just a little bit more adhesive. So we're going to be pulling on this. What am I doing? There we go. So there's no glue on the outside. There we go. Then we'll get the back of page 2. See, now you can kind of see why we have these gussets. We're going to start having some thick embellishments here, and having gussets really helps our pages still lay somewhat flat. Back of page 2. First of all, you're going to want a 4 1/4 by 12, and you'll have plenty of these strips left from cutting pages and our other big items. Then you need a 5 by 7. This is the belly band that sits in the middle of the page, and then this will be the recipes that fold through. And the matting for the belly band is going to be 4 7/8 by 5 7/8. And then on the belly band part, I'm using a 4 by 6 ivory, and then I'm using 3 4 by 6 cards. This will be the front. I'm going to have one of these on the back and one in the middle along with this. And then I'm going to mat the page with these gorgeous fruits, 4 7/8. I mean 6 7/8 by 7 7/8. Oh, no, I'm going to use the fruit. We're going to start with the belly band portion, and you're going to put it with the 7 inches across the top of your scoreboard, and we're going to score at 1/2 inch, and then just turn it around and score again at 1/2 inch, and then your 4 1/4 by 12 you'll score at 6. Bring that together and let's burnish the score line. This sits in on the middle of the page, so we will be matting the page before we put it down. And then my 4 7/8 by 5 7/8, I chose the gold from the Patterns and Solids. And then we'll mat the recipe card. And if you put this upside down, I thought I did. It doesn't matter because you can flip it. We haven't put it on the book yet. Yeah, I just looked at it. Oh, it's upside down. It's not upside down, but it wouldn't matter. My scraper thing kind of matches the paper, so be careful where I put it because it hides under the golds and then I can't see it. For this, I'm having mine open this way to slide. It's going to slide through the band. And I just have it sitting in there because you can also put more there if you want. Choose what you want for your front cover. So I'm using this one. I didn't want to double mat this, so I didn't really cut down this strip, but I can see now I'm going to take 1/8 of an inch off. So I'm going to take this down to 4 1/8. And our cards are just short of 6. So see, they should sit on there just fine. You can always trim these down, and then, okay, the inside is going to be the postcard portion. I'm going to use this on the inside. The other one I use on the back. So it fits just like perfect lengthwise. That's why if you want more of a border, you just need to trim your card. Now I'm also going to use my 4 by 6, and I need to take it down to 5 7/8. So this is 4 by 5 and 7/8. As I drop it. And then Life is Sweet in the inside. Again, great place to journal. Photo. And I really like these journaling cards. Then you don't have to cut them off of your 12 by 12 papers. You can use the back side of those 12 by 12 papers, because like I said, this collection, they did a lot of cut apart sheets, and it really cut down on the pattern papers for our projects. And you know, I'm going to use the journaling side on the back too. I'm thinking more space for writing. So after you create the album, because we're getting to the end here, you will have some of your 12 by 12 sheets left, and of course your patterns and solids and your 8 by 8. So you do have enough for another project. This did take 35 sheets of 12 by 12 craft cardstock, and that's a little overestimating because I know I had to go back and recut a few pieces. So 35 is safe to say. If you are a very careful cutter, you could probably get that by with the 25. And then I used 6 sheets of the ivory. I already did prepare the 6 and 7/8 by 7 and 7/8. So we will add that to our, I'm going to smash that down, our page. It's so pretty too, but let's go with the fruit. Another thing, I was just last night thinking, you know how you go to bed and you don't go to sleep? How pretty would this be for a gardening album, and then especially pages like this, your favorite, if you do jams and jellies, then your favorite jam and jelly recipe could go in here. I just, yeah, started thinking, gosh, for our garden, and I always take pictures of the first produce. I know, weird, huh? Now we're just going to center this band right on top, so we don't have to cut any corners off of our 1/2 inch. I'm just going to hold it in place for one moment. So nice big spot for a photo, recipe, and then also we'll slip our little booklet in that we just made. Just slips in like so. You can also put the whole thing in if you do a photo and you don't want to cover that photo. For right now, I am just going to slip the whole booklet in there because we're going to be working and I don't want it flapping. You can also put more than one booklet, so you can put another one on here also. Let's just set that there for right now. Let's move to the front of page 3. So the front of page 3 is a booklet. And I need to turn my cutting guide. Nope, front of page 3 is going to be the Waterfalls. Okay, so the Waterfalls are also pockets. I'm just going to sort everything out here. And I've already created 3, so we'll create one together. They have a 1 inch so that they lay nice and flat down on the page. And we want 4 of these. So you also want a base to build it on. And your base is going to be 6 inches wide and 6 3/4 long. And one thing to look at when you lay your waterfalls, fold this down. Are they the same size? Now, if they're not, you can trim down your base. And you may have to just a little because we do some hand cutting. We'll see after we make the waterfall page. So your waterfall page, the waterfalls are 7 by 7.5, and you want 4 of those. With the 7.5 inches across the top, I'm going to score it 1 inch, 4 3/4. 1 inch, 4 3/4, and then you're going to turn and score it 1/2 inch on each side. And we will have a magnet on this. See, the magnet will hold everything down. Oh, my pearls are coming off. I'll have to fix that. Okay. I'm going to first burnish the 1 inch backwards. So it's going to go to the back. Then your 4 3/4 will come to the front because that becomes a pocket. And then, oops, I'm going to turn this around. Our 1/2 inch score lines also fold to the back. Now I have the 1 inch. The 1 inch is towards me. I'm going to cut. I've got to open the door for Wilbur. I shut the door. We have grandkids running around, but they went outside, so. Now, this bottom piece that's 4 3/4, right here, this bottom piece, you do not want to cut these off. And you're going to do this to all 4. So we're going to start here at the top, and I'm cutting to the inside of my score line. You can also put this in your cutter. And if you are good at putting measurements into your Cricut or your Cameo, it'd be really great to be able to cut this with the finished dimensions. So as you can see, they're cut apart. Leave the bottom. Now I just fold this up. And just like we do on the album, then I can angle cut it and it'll be not too short. Because again, you want to keep your straight line because you don't want any holes. And you do need to miter that bottom. Now we fold it up, and it really doesn't matter. That's going back. Then my tabs will wrap to the back. So there won't be any tabs bothering any mats that we put in there. And then I am pulling that over because I want it to fit nice and snug and look nice. Then we're going to add the adhesive. Now that's what that will look like. For your matting, first of all, that's going on the back of my page. I'm doing the plaid. And my matting, like we've talked before, how is it I can lose my pieces and parts? Because they're to my left. Okay. The backs. I'm just using the ivory cardstock on the back. And it is 5 7/8, and you'll want 4 pieces. 5 7/8 by 3 5/8. Then I went through all of the different pieces that we've already cut, and I chose what I want to go together, such as the florals and the gold. And I cut 4 at 2 5/8 by 5 7/8. And then I'm going to have the gold at the top. And again, 2 5/8 by 5 7/8. And I'll have the green with the apples. And I did choose this one. It says strawberry on there. And then the fruit and flora in the orange. So I did just the opposite side. And now my front one will be the purple. And my strips for the top are 1 1/4 inches by 5 7/8. So 1 1/4 by 5 7/8 for those. 2 5/8 by 5 7/8 you want for those also. Mine are all ready to go. So we can go ahead and mat the waterfalls. Like I said, the 1 inch, the 1 inch is allowing for my waterfall, your waterfall, to lay much flatter. One thing about winter, the skin is so dry. Fingernails are dry, paper's dry. I can't grab a hold of anything. And everything wants to grab my dry skin. Okay. This isn't directional, which is kind of nice, so we can just flip that over. And I'm not going in any particular, this isn't, or maybe it is. Might be the order I'm laying it in, but we don't have to worry about that. We can organize it as we get ready to lay it down. apples look really good. Oh, let's do the back. Now my apples. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear that. I just hope he's not. Wilbur just knows when I'm indisposed. We have a fur bowl, and it's full of Cheerios. I didn't notice that. Uh-oh. Is that cut too short? Oh, that is. We have a fur bowl, and he was trying to get the Cheerios out of it. Last time I heard that noise. So that's why I always wonder what is going on upstairs. I'm just looking for another apple. And I can't believe it's too short. I didn't check it. And here I was thinking I was so organized. We can't have our apples sideways. Okay. I guess there always has to be a curveball when we're organized, right? Or we think we are. And I'm sad. Nope, we've already got that one. Yep, that would be Wilbur. Let's see what he's got. Sorry about the delay here, so that'll give you a chance to catch up really quick. Yeah, are you in trouble? Okay. We're going to try this. What I did was took a piece of the back side, which is all the different borders, but I am going to use it on another page so that kind of coordinate. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this one down to 2 5/8 because I'm plumb out of apples. Should have cut from the bottom because I just cut the wording off. We're going to deal with it, right? Don't know why I didn't check those apples first. I had a theme going. Apple orchard, apples. Excuse me. Pick another bed, Wilbur. 3 beds like I've mentioned, and he's trying to kick them off of one bed. Backside. I don't think they will show through, but just in case. Wilbur, get out of there. Okay. Magnet. This was going to be the top, but it's not now because my change in plans here. So this one is my top, which I really like. This one's going to be the top. So we have to have this magnet on the back of here. And it doesn't really matter. We can add it at it. Okay, so I put the magnet on. That one can either go on now, it doesn't matter. But we're going to go ahead and, I'm not going to mount this yet. Let's put this down. We've got the magnet on, but let's not mat it just in case we have to move that magnet. So our first one's going to go down, and I have my paper upside down, so you'll see I am putting it on upside down. And I did add glue, and I even told you about having to maybe cut it down a hair. And I didn't reach out. Okay. Yeah, I needed to cut mine down just a tiny bit, so it matched side to side. Now, see where this one ends is where the next one's going to start. Lay this down, make sure things are straight. Now, the magnet, I'm going to pull this up because I want to, let's see, to hold this down, I'm going to put it down. Let's try. Get a hold of things. So let it grab, there it is. We're going to put it down on the base now. Kind of have an idea. Don't have an idea. I hope I didn't just flub this up. There we go. Kind of hold it there till it grabs. That's a good thing we didn't mat it because we need this to come down. Man, that's stuck. Doesn't usually stick that well. So I'm just going to put it above from that edge. Letting it grab. Much better. Maybe. I may have just messed this all up, to be honest with you. I did. So, magnets are going to come off. Don't know what on earth I was thinking. We're going to keep working here. It was that moment of not thinking. So let's just finish putting everything down. Let's go back and rework and see what I did. Now, I'm going to lay this here, all thumbs here, lay this all down. And I have just a hair sticking out at the bottom. So we'll trim that off. Turned out really pretty, but let me see what my problem here is. My problem is that magnet needed to go down first. So, can we say I kind of blew it? Yep. So, that's okay. We have ribbon. Yeah, I know I had this here for a reason. And we did just get this in. It's the butterfly. And I'm not sure I really like it. That's better. Because I don't want it to get in the way of our cards. I do like that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and cut these ends off. I won't miter them quite yet. And I like this cotton ribbon because it does tie really nice. Okay, no magnet there. Now I can go ahead and mark where this is going to go, and I'm going to use a piece of score tape also. My 1/2 inch. So, measurement of a piece of ribbon. There's 12, 24, about 32 inches. Now I don't know why that didn't click in my brain with the magnet needing to be on here. No, it's not. Oh, mine's clear back here on the mat. So that's okay. We just saved ourselves a magnet, and it looks great. So I'm not going to tie the prettiest of bows right now because I just want to get it into our book with our matting, which is 6 7/8 by 7 7/8. And the plaid will coordinate really well with the opposite page, and then that will sit there. And actually, I like the ribbon. It turned out, I'm glad when things turn out better than I expected. Or, you know, not so bad. It's not a disaster without the magnet. That's what I love about paper crafting, other than, because I sew. I haven't sewed as much. I used to sew professionally too. I did wedding dresses. And you really cannot fit when there's a mistake there and you're doing French seams, or on a wedding dress, especially when you're doing the really sheer fabrics and you want to do a French seam and you goof up, well, you've got probably $70, $80 down the drain. Paper, so much more forgiving, thank goodness. Going to go right on top. So that is one of the things. If your hubby or your significant other, family members say, you know, crafting is so expensive, say, would you rather I get into sewing? You want to talk about expensive. Paper crafting, tell them, is much more economical. I said so. Okay, let's just hold this for a moment. Because we do need to also mat this back, and we're going to mat our 1-inch pieces. Now we want to go along each one of the 1-inch, burnish that down. Nice place for recipe cards, or these cards. And now we want to do this back piece, and it's going to be 5 7/8. Oh, guess what? Oh no, I can't use that. I forgot it. It's too short. 5 7/8. Unless you do want to cover this whole thing, 3.5, and I think I will. I'm just going to go with the purple. 3.5 by 5 7/8. Space there for it to turn. Then we have our pieces here. We have 3. They're going to be 5 and 7/8. I mean, yeah, 5 and 7/8 by 7/8. So what you want to do is choose something that you like that goes with it. Maybe something a little bit on the neutral side. Either side. So I'm going to cut this to 5 and 7/8, both pieces. I think I'll need them both. So I didn't quite measure it. We're going to cut our 7/8 of an inch. Those are 1 inches. Oh, you only need 1 if it's, you know, pretty good size scrap. 3. I like that. Let's look, make sure everything's going to look good. Looks fine. I like the pattern, so I am going to use the pattern side. So we'll get those all inked. Okay, just burnish everything down, tie it off. Play with that more later. Our ends here in a little bit, but that'll keep it out of the way. And the back of page 3. Back of page 3 is oh, it's our flap and pockets. Now there is going to be a magnet. I will not forget. Flaps and pockets. It's our very last page. So I'm just going to grab those flaps so I can give you the measurement. Okay, everything here is cut. Next, okay, I found everything. If you do videos, then you understand the heart attack you feel when you look up and you don't think you've been recording, but I was. because that waterfall would have been just hairy to go back over. For this little guy here, you're going to want a 6 by 5 inch piece, and then you want 2 that are 6 by 5. So in all reality, you want 3 pieces that are 6 by 5. Get with it here, Tammy. 1, we don't score. 2, we are going to score on the 6 inch side at 1/2 inch. 6 inch side at 1/2 inch, and you'll do both of them. This is going to be the back of page 3. Now we're going to burnish those score lines, and when you put your booklet together, you will notice they're shorter, and that was made that way. So we're going to wrap it to the back. So do miter your corners, miter the corners, so that nothing will show. Put them on, make sure everything's good and straight. And we're going to wrap them to the back. Now the second one, it doesn't matter right now. Just put it on, make sure it's straight side to side. If you need to trim anything off, you can do that now. That's how I did mine. So the top lays over, folds over, and then I did from the Patterns and Solids. This will sit right on top. Let me show you what I cut. So your mat pieces are going to be 4 7/8 by 5 3/8, and then we will cut a little piece of 1/2 inch because I wanted that for the inside. That's 1/2 inch by also 5 7/8, and then 4 7/8 by 5 3/8 is our matting. So these are the ones I chose from what pieces that we had from cut other bigger pieces. The front is going to be where it says apple. And then I want the gold. I don't want the gold because that would be upside down. So I'm going to go with the green. That'll look nice. But before we do anything, we're going to get a magnet. We're going to do this right. Oh no, they stuck. Okay, I'm going to have to add some Scor tape. This was the magnet I took off from our waterfall. I was going to say failed waterfall, but I think it looks great with the ribbon. So I'm going to put it about almost 2 inches down. Then open. There we go. Yay! It's in the right place and everything. So I already went through and I did use my 1/2 inch crocodile corner rounder. And you can definitely get a more fancy one if you want with this collection. Trim up those edges where it kind of doesn't catch that whole thing. And again, 4 7/8 by 5 3/8. This paper though is making it really rough on me because I want the warm spring weather here. The late spring. In Utah, our spring is kind of chilly still. But what I like about it is around April and May when the rain, we get rain like every morning, then it clears up. Every afternoon is fine. But every day you can get up and see the grass turning greener and greener. It's just gorgeous. So I cut 4 patterned papers this size. Then we don't do the back because it is what we're going to put down on the page. And again, these are big enough for cut down 4x6 photos, or if you're going to do heirloom type recipes, you can print them off in a 4x, like a 4x5 format, or 5x5 on your Word printer. It's a nice thing. You can print them off in just about any size. So this ivory piece I cut 4 7/8 by 5 3/8, and then the 1/2 inch by 5 3/8, or 1/2 inch by 4 7/8 for the bottom. So I'll put this center one in first. And then right here at the bottom, just leaving a space between things. Kind of break up some color. It's like the apple blossoms. So yeah, that goes this way. And then the purple piece will go at the top. I've gotten some emails about doing pop-ups and different things on albums, and I've done just a little bit of them. So I did tell the couple of crafters that I told them I was doing this, because they were also asking what I'm going to be doing with this collection. I have to tell you, so I've done a few of those pop-ups and spinners, and when you give them as a gift, and they come back because they're broken and torn through. I just want to tell you one reason I don't do them. And my albums are actually, I feel, really used. Really used. Not, if it's not just for photos, it's just to look at the gorgeous paper. My mother doesn't put photos in them, but she sits there and just looks at the paper. Especially Graphic 45. What was the, it was the French country. It just reminds her, you know, of things. But if you, the reason I don't do them, I love the pop-ups, I love looking at them, but once they tear through or something happens, they're not easily fixable in your album. So I know a couple of you crafters were going to watch this video, so I hope that addressed why. It's not that I don't want to do them. It's just, to be honest with you, see, now we're getting kind of thick here. Practicality for me, and I am heavy-handed. Like I said, I made the spinners in my Graphic 45, the mystery, what was that mystery paper? And you just have to be so careful because of tearing. But there is one in there. But there's a lot of good tutorials, and a lot of them are pretty easy once you get the hang of making them. But that's why. Go on this edge here. Okay, let's go ahead and put our, you can even place this anywhere that you want. I'm just going in the center. Got it here. Get those corners. I don't think my clothespins will reach that far. Oh, they do. Yay for clothespins. Okay, front of page 4. We'll be using another magnet. I think that's my favorite page. That purple is really pretty. It's going to be the flap that has the pockets on the front. So you want a piece of cardstock that is 6 by 7. Excuse me. In your scoreboard, I want you to score it 1/2 inch. Then you're going to want a 2.5. No, this is the 3 inches by 6.5 pocket, and we're going to score it 3 sides, 1/2. Then you're going to turn it 1/2, and then turn it again 1/2. So 2 short sides and 1 long side. If you ever accidentally score the wrong sides, don't worry, your paper will cover it up. Then we need a 6.5 by 2 1/4, because this is going to be that go through pocket. And you'll just score these 2 ends at 1/2 inch each. And we're going to fold the score line back and burnish. Also burnish all of these score lines. And of course check our fit. Check the fit of our pockets. Okay. And then also let's lay them down and see where you're wanting them to go. And then again, I will give you the measurements of where I've put mine. And you can definitely do a decorative border punch if you want along this edge. So from the bottom up, I've gone 2 3/8. From this bottom up, 2 3/8. And I'll put this pocket down first, the 2 1/4 short one. Okay, get that spatula in there. Yeah, make sure nothing's glued down, like on that corner. I can feel it. Oh, I see what happened. There we go. Glued the 1/2 inch up. Okay. Oh, that's not what we want to do. There we go. Now, before we do any matting on the back, because I do, I'm going to put the magnet. I do have, let me show you, kind of a layout here. So it's going to be a little bit important that we place our magnet first for the matting. And I'll give you all these sizes. So if you follow these, you're going to want your magnet more up here or close to the edge here. And I will give you that measurement in just a moment. Because you don't want it to be like in the center. Or you can go here, but this is a lighter, it's going to kind of show. So I'm going to prefer that it is here. The inside mat piece is 3 inches. It's 3 inches. So I place the magnet. I'm going to tell you where the bottom of the magnet should be. 2 3/8 of an inch from the top in order for this to cover it. So since I've already cut this before we do the front, it is 3 inches by 5 3/8. I'm going to go ahead and put this down. I'm going to do the inside first, then we'll do the outside, then we'll put it on our page. So 3 inches wide. See, I'm making up for the waterfall. Go around that magnet for a moment so the paper will grab. Then my ivory is going to be 3 3/8 by 3 3/4. And it will go down next. And the other gold piece will be 1 7/8 by 3 3/4. And I'm going to just let the other magnet sit, and we're going to, oh, maybe I won't tell after we mat the page, it makes it too thick. Okay, from the 8 by 8, this is the smaller print. So it's the back of the orange. It's that border strip paper. And I wanted to use it here. And I'm going to use 2 of them, and I'll give you the measurements here in just a moment. This is the thicker one, so it's going to go in first. Or you definitely can use the orange side. No, that is not the right piece. That one is. I think I will go with the orange. And then I needed to cut a piece up here. This is the one that's going to go on the page. But I didn't cut it yet because I needed to see exactly what we were working with, how that was going to look in colors. So for the bottom, I cut the border strip at 2 3/8 by 5 3/8. And this, because you don't really need it to go down at all, is 2 1/8 by 5 3/8. So I'll start with this one. Because we are going to use such a floral, I didn't know how all that was going to look together until we put it together, of course. Did I give you that measurement? 2 3/8? I did. Okay, so this is the page matting. And sit to the side. That's why I wanted to see it together in order to determine what was next. And I am going to go, so this was the top piece. And we just need to cut it down to 5 3/8 by fingernails. I'm going to go 1 inch by 3 1/2. Well, hold on. Let me cut the 5 3/8 and let's see if this will work. Right now, this is measuring 3 inches because I went down 1 inch, so I think it'll be fine. Nobody looks down your pockets. Oh, it's fine. And I think it looks great. So that was just kind of luck. 3 inches. Actually, it's a little over 3. It was just the other piece from the bottom by 5 3/8. Now, I did make 2 tacks. I just need to cut them. Let me show you what they look like. And you can use a decorative border punch. They're going to be little flaps. So they come out to be 3 inches and you got plenty of scraps. So we've got 3 inches and they're going to be 11. Let me get one cut with you, because then you can go through and cut as many as you like, of course. And I will be just rounding the corners so it matches the rest of my book. Or you can also use graphic 45 tags. And I want to score this at 6. So I had made, I'll give you the size for the second ones. You can make these bigger. Not too much bigger, but you could go a little bit bigger. And let me go ahead. So if you wanted to go probably 4. And then with these, you'll go back and just mat with your scraps, and they will fit beautifully inside of there. Then let me give you the measurement. We'll make a smaller one. And I just punched 2 holes. And then I did, on these ones, I added string. These didn't fold. So these were just little tags that were 4.5 by 3. But you certainly can make them fold. And then I had put those in the bottom. So I did 2 of those. Again, I punched holes and just brought the string through, or the ribbon, whatever you want to use. And I did the same. I did the same here, but I covered them with paper for some reason. I made this so long ago. But they're just really cute to put little things on. Or you can use the G45 tags. So these I won't do on the video, the matting, but you did, you know, in the walkthrough you'll see those. So 3 by 11, scored 6, round your corners or decorative punch, and you're good to go. So let's grab our album. We can go ahead and take our clips off. I always keep 2 close to me. I clip them on my tool caddy because they're just so handy. Okay, front of page 4. Isn't that pretty together? Now it kind of just really blends nice. 6 7/8 by 7 7/8, our usual size. Nope, don't put this down yet. What am I? My mouth's running. Lordy be. Okay, this needs to be put on first, and it's going to sit right there by that hinge. I did miter the corners. Not really have to, but it's going to sit basically in the middle of our page. You'll have about a 1/2 inch top, 1/2 inch bottom. And we have our second magnet to put down. Now, if that had been, I would have quit right here. I would have said, you're on your own. I'm done. The thing's going in the garbage. Oh, I would have been so mad at myself. So would you. And I know you're in the background probably screaming, wait. Okay, magnets down. We caught it in time. No damage is done. And no G45 paper was harmed in the process. Phew. Adhesive to the edge. Oh, we're not going to get some adhesive to that edge, so we're going to have to go in. Corners. Oh yeah, totally missed the corners for some reason. Yay, saved by the bell. Okay, back of our page is going to be the belly band with those cute little hangovers, and the whole idea on these little hangovers was they look like towels. Pieces, parts. So what we have here, I'm going to be using the apple, and I am going to use some twine, and it's the natural that we sell here at Country Craft Creations. by the yard. It's wonderful stuff. It's not made for heavy duty though. So you want a belly band that is 2 inches, and I really didn't measure it. It's just like 8 1/4, because we are going to, I'll show you what I do. I wrap mine behind the paper. Excuse me, how rude. Then you want 2 pieces that are 3 I cut mine 3 1/8 by 8 1/4. We are going to use, well, I am, you can use whichever ones, these 2 cut aparts on the fronts. Cute, huh? For like our kitchen towels. Then the inside will have the ivory cardstock, and I cut these 3 by 4, and I cut just 2 orange pieces 3 by 4 that will go on the back, and everything's been inked. And we're going to start with our belly band and our page, 6 7/8 by 8 7/8. And I'm not going to score this. I'll show you why. I just want to wrap the belly band, and I don't want to score it because I don't want it to not fit correctly. It's 2 inches, so I do want it straight. Each square on my board is 1 inch, and this is 2 inches, so I know where to put this. Let me show you. See this? They'll be in the store very soon. They're just the temporary easy dots. Comes right off. It's going to hold that baby in place. It's going to hold it straight. Or I'm going to move it to make it straight. And then I have about a 1/2 inch on each side. I'm going to turn it over and just fold my cardstock. I don't like to have them sitting on top. If you've noticed, sometimes they come apart. I'm going to wrap it. And yeah, you can see each side is not exactly 1/2 inch. One's a little bit longer, and that's just fine. We're going to wrap it and put it down on the page. Then you can put your hand in there and you just rub it off. You'll feel the little bumps, and then they're gone. Look at that bee right there. Love it. Then we want our cards, the piece I cut for my band. And that's not in. Oh, there it is. And 1 7/8, right, and 6 7/8. 1 7/8 by 6 7/8. And then we want to go ahead and score these pieces that are 8 1/4 at 4 1/8. And they are 3 inches. They're 3 1/8 inches. Corner to corner, and then hold it. There we go. And before we go too far, like I said, this is not it's not super strong. It's not made to be. Scissors. There we go. So I double it because it's nice and thin, great for making flowers. And I'm going to wrap it to the back and make sure I have enough And I'll tell you what I have. Yes. So we have 24. So a yard. It's basically a yard. And on the back, I'm just going to use a piece of score tape to hold it until we mat it. I'll cut that loop here in a minute. But I'm going to mat the back first. And I did cut these at 3x4, just 3x4. And I did round the corners to match the cards. But I'm not going to round the corners on my paper. I'm leaving them square. And we'll put that page down in just a second. Three by four on the inside. And I did leave, I left this, just the craft, but you definitely can either take one of these cards if you want. Oh, maybe I do want. That looks kind of good. Oh, but I am using this Squeeze the Day on the front of my album, so if you are using it there, you want to make sure you don't grab it. And then there's two, the apple doesn't fall. So I kind of like to use when we have two of. I'm going to use that one. So I'm using the other one on the cover. So I'll turn it this way. So I am going to put these in there because they look really nice. And have you ever bought the journaling cards and you have bags of them sitting around because you're like, ephemera cards? You're like, I don't know what to do with these. You put a few in your album, then you realize, I got a lot of these left over. So use them. Put them in your matting. And then on the front, it's going to be the green Squeeze the Day. Before I tie this up, I'm going to take my second piece. Just kind of get the same amount here. Oh yeah, we don't, these hang off the belly band. I'll show you. So there we go. Let's repeat with this one. So about 36 inches of cording or ribbon. Oh, if you're doing ribbon and you're not doubling it like this, of course you're not going to need 36 inches. You'll just need probably 18. This inside. in our 3x4 ivory. You know, with this album, I realized it's kind of nice to follow a tutorial and have somebody else figure out all the measurements for you. This one has been fun. I've loved it because I love the paper. It's one of those, like I say, feel-good papers, but I wish somebody else had done the measurements for me. No, I don't. That's really the fun part too. Okay, I'm just tying those for now. Grab our album, which is right here in front of me, and our page, because now we can just put our page and belly band. Isn't that pretty together? Oh, I like it. Corners this time. Now I'm going to untie this. I also need to cut my little loop here. Got to bring your string through. That's the only thing. Ribbon does come through easier. Well, it's not difficult. There we go. So my whole idea was here, was on my original one, is that the kitchen towels are hanging off the rack. The only thing, they are kind of a pain in the butt. And there you go. So let's kind of work out from back here, and also you're going to have quite a few, you have plenty of your cut aparts, so you might want to go through, which I'm not going to show on here. These are 6x4s, and I would mat these, and then you can just have a couple that slide through here, and then also then in here, well, I'm not doing anything really to it because you need to leave. I'm leaving that for my mats and, oh goodness, recipes. So now for the front, just so that you can see what I'm using. And we have used almost all, see, we've used almost all of our cards. I'm going to be using Dear Friend for the front. And because I will be covering that up. Oh, there we go. Life is Sweet. And then the back of Life is Sweet is going to sit somewhere like so. So these 3 cards you want to set aside if that's what you're wanting to use for our front. Or let me show you a second option. And I'm kind of, maybe you know, I'm going to go with this one. I had both of them sitting there to decide. Okay, this is the one we're going to go with. Our strawberry plants, the Beauty and the Blossoms, but I'm using the back, and a Fruitful Harvest. So that'll give you two different options. And then with your leftover cards, if you want, you can just go through and they can go right into your pockets, flips and flaps. And then we can come out here, and again, I'll be using some twine on these. And I'm taking this right off of we're going to be doing some with the chipboards. And I'm going to double my twine. And then tie it, and there we go. Pull it down so now you can get a bow. How do you lose a string? That's how you lose a string. There we go. Don't want it so big. So just my half of it is going to be down there. And I need to grab our sticker sheet. Or my sticker sheet. And the ephemera also. Or not so much ephemera, but these things. Die cuts. There we go. Because you have tons to play with, tons to choose from. There we already got that down. And these are what I like, is the pennants. And this one says, judge a tree by its fruit and not by its leaves. And I don't want to pop this on Pop Dots because I'm going to be using it, and I don't want to be pulling things out and having it stuck there. Now for the inside, I'm not doing any chunky decoration at all because it's made, you know, to be used. So because this is so long, our decoration, I'm not going to do, I mean the matting of tags and things I won't do on camera because you're going to just go through and use your scraps. But if you, in the beginning, like I mentioned, so I do that little insert in the beginning, I would definitely suggest that there is a magnet to hold this one down because it is a little bit floppy, and that's why I acknowledged it in the beginning of our tutorial, but it's still pretty cool. And here can go your smaller cards. And this is from the die cuts. Even though we'll have some, it'll be covered up somewhat. You have tons. You should have tons of different size mats like this that you can go back and mat and add any size that you like. Any one of these cut aparts. that will hold down, that will hold this down. Like I said, I'm sorry about that, but I'm glad I did the insert. Definitely, when I make this again, I'll have a magnet here. I feel that it will keep its shape just a lot better with that magnet. Okay, so over here, basically going through and doing any decorating, you can see that this paper already has quite a bit of things going on. So you may and you may not want to add any extra embellishments. But the nice thing is with the die cuts, it just gives you a lot of options. And you can add a lot of things. Now the one, we do have one thing we need to do. And that is going to be the insides here. We're going to definitely go back through, and we need to cut for those. Then I'm happy with this. Again, just take your leftovers, add any tags, mats that you want. You may not want to add any. And then on the front here, we need something. So again, you're going to have a lot of choices once you learn to get the papers open, because you have some borders here on the stickers. Tell you what, nobody's going to steal your stickers out of your store. It's in there good. But you have 2 sheets because they've been, I love the way they're cut in half. Just love it. And a little green. They're nice and heavy too. Still do use my art glitter glue with that. Again, this isn't screaming that it needs a lot of embellishments because of the paper. And then always check that if you're going to add an embellishment here, that it's not going to get tangled up there. And I haven't played with these, of course. That's why I'm taking a little extra time looking at them. Sorry. But we need something. We definitely need something at the top here. So, oh, here we go. Savor the day. So that's going to sit right at the top. And here's the beauty of this. Not only do you have stickers, you have die cuts. I mean, you've got a lot of options here without having to wonder what are you going to put next. Do you know what I mean? There it is. Looking for my second sheet. Hold that for just a moment. Of stickers. And on here, I don't really know if I'm going to put, I don't think so. I'll tell you why. Unless you want to use a border sticker. Because now this is going to sit out. That's basically going to be my focus here. But we can definitely do a bow, which might be really pretty with our twine. So let's grab some twine, and I'm just going to grab about 2 yards. I'm going to double it. I'm just going to use 3 fingers, 2, and go 3. Find the center. telling you, the Vaseline's coming out tonight on the fingers. The only reason I'm using my fingers right this moment is I don't want to stop and go get my bow maker. So now just hold it down between where you have, there you go, your ends with your fingers, and then you can tie it into a knot. Pull your ends over. Oh yeah, that's going to be cute. Art glitter glue works really well with twine. And I'm going to grab a chipboard to put right in the center there. I just need a small one, like an apple here. Comes out faster, so I use my bigger bottle. And after it dries, then I can go back and really fix my bow. Just hold that for a second. Right here, totally up to you, but I think it doesn't need it. And then the same with this little guy. The only thing I'm going to do is some more twine. And I'm just going to tie it up here at the top. And this might be one of those where I need an extra set of fingers. I do, but I'm going to tie it so it's up at the top, like on this one. And I'll just tie it from behind, but I'm going to need my husband's fingers to hold it down. Mine are just so darn dry. I can't tie anything. Nothing's really working for me because of my dry fingers. And here, let's go ahead and use, oh, here we go. Let's add, oh, is that all? Oh no, it's not one. Okay. So, whoops, these are 6 inches, which is also nice to know. And I'm going to cut it to totally match my paper. And you can put it through your cutter, but I just put it down and use the edge of the paper as my guide. Let me straighten it up. And I do add my adhesive. And then it becomes permanent. And I already showed you how to do those, so I'll go back and get those all done. And then, boy, that stuck really well. But you won't see a lot of the decoration anyway. And we're done here, so let's go ahead. Okay, see, I looked up and it says I had my limit. So then I go into heart attack mode, thinking I've totally messed up. Again, I'm not putting anything on the front other than the ribbon. So let's do our cover. Oh no, let's do these. They're 1/2 inch. Our page is 8. And so our hinge though is going to be just a hair shorter. And if you want it to go to top to bottom, you certainly can. Otherwise, you'll cut it like at 7 7/8 or even a little bit longer than 7 7/8. And then you just want to kind of go back through, because you may have done totally different matting than I did, and then decide what you're thinking would look good. I do like the purple, but let's see, purple looks good. Then I kind of run into all purple. I'd like to use just one color that will, and you know, I'm thinking it's going to be the gold. And it's going to be the plain gold. I don't want to use that one. So out of my patterns and solids, I do need to take this, but I'm going to use, like I said, just the plain gold side. And since we need, they're 1/2 inches, so we need 1 1/2. So I'm going to cut 2 inches off. And then I'll cut it down to 7 7/8. I cut a little bit longer first to see. With my small cutter now. Just put that in there so we don't lose it. I'm going to cut 1/2 inch because our hinges were 5/8. So you'll want a full 1/2 inch. I'm not inking these because they are so small. I don't want to spread ink everywhere. That one had sanitizer on it, hand sanitizer. It's time for a new one. Yeah, it's also these wipes. I've dried out. They're the Costco brand. They're the closest thing I have been able to find other than my the dry Kleenex ones, but they have some lint. Not bad, not bad. But they like to stick to my fingers. And they don't seem to last as long as our older brands did, but that's okay. They still work and they're not expensive. I think the gold was definitely a good choice here. Make sure all my edges are down good. Yeah, the gold was a good choice. Okay. Now for the cover, I'm going to kind of just lay everything in here flat. So you'll see those sticking out. It's not hurting them. And we're going to lay them flat. So we already have major part of our cover done. I am going to mat this Fruitful Harvest, and I'm going to use this back piece. Kind of has a coordinating, a doily. And then we're going to use the Graphic 45. I'm going to use the Graphic 45 dies, and I'm going to go ahead and cut some flowers. So I will get those all cut with the G45 dies, and I'll be back. So by the time we're done, the video will be 7 hours, and I'm very sorry. But first of all, let's, we wanted a tie closure. So I'm going to cut my ribbon. And you know, the green looks nice, and I'm thinking the butterflies even look nice. Now I'm cutting more than I need. I'll be honest with you, so 12. So I've got 24 inches. So half is going to go on the front. See, and we're going to cover it with this because I didn't want it pulling on my paper. You could also, the butterfly. We could use both, but we're going to go with the green. And I already know that that's basically where I want it, so I'm going to take off 2 pieces of my 1/2-inch Scor tape. I'm just going to angle that down. I'm going to angle this one up. Like I said, it doesn't look very neat, but no one sees it. We'll be doing that on the back in just a minute. And I decided against the Graphic 45 dies. I'm going to tell you, these are wonderful, and they do cut beautifully. I love them, but right now my machinery is kind of not convenient because I'm getting new cabinets built that will just be like for my machines, and these do cut wonderful, but I thought I'm not going to bother with it. So I got out my McGill leaf punch by McGill. They used to carry them at Hobby Lobby. This is the birch leaf, but I know you can find them on Amazon. I grabbed these little guys. We'll put them aside for a minute. I may or may not use them from the paper studio, but my 2 favorite, actually I have 3 favorite. I'm going to use this one, the smaller version of it. They have these at your Hobby Lobby, not Hobby Lobby, Joann's for sure. 50% off coupons. And then I do love this one from Stampin' Up. It's old. I've had it for a long time. But I went ahead and just cut a bunch of different flowers. And I thought, you know, that's also going to help those of you who do not have die machines or things like that. So the only thing I did use my die on, and I have an old Bo Bunny doily, and I've cut it in half, and I did it in gold. So I did use a doily die. You can use a regular doily, of course. Now for this, I'm going to go ahead with my craft and cut a piece that's 4 1/8 by 6 1/8. Thinking I already have a piece in my scrap set. Nope, it's just not long enough, darn it. Get back into our other scraps. So, sorry, I did try to keep the video down and it didn't work. Now that definitely needs the craft because it's going to add the weight. And we're going to, I'm going to round the corners using the 1/4 inch side so it matches. And I know I could fast forward through all the inking. To be honest with you though, I'm not that great when it comes to the mechanics of doing all that. So I will make albums for you. I will create kits. I will do all of that. You guys are just going to have to fast forward. A lot of mine is a patience thing. Like I said. Okay. Now, we're not popping this up on dots or anything. It will be just down. And the reason being is we do want to secure this ribbon here. Now, again, I'm not going to mat these except for with the card behind it that gives it some contrast. The strawberries, and let's see, we'll kind of keep, I think, that one straight. And I will be putting this on here and then popping it on, pop dots out of the gold. I just die cut a doily, and I only need half of it. I want some contrast there. So we're just going to lay things down for right this moment and decide if it's what we like. Then, like I said, I went ahead and I punched out those flowers. And all I do, now these, if you have the Stampin' Up punch, they're kind of tight. And I don't really use my roller ball tools or my foam. So I just snip them up. Just about a ½ inch. And what we're going to do is add our adhesive. And then I did some of the large ones. So I'll do 2 large ones. So this will be like my larger flower. I like this tip better. And I'm just pinching them together. You can use your roller balls, and I've done a video to show that. And you can also wet them down. And I don't worry, see that one tore a little bit, and it's not even going to show. But the more layers we add here in just a moment, it will start getting really nice and big. And this is the same thing you'll do if you cut them with the dies. So on this plaid though, look at those grapes. So I'm going to use the grapes, and I will have on the inside of here, I'll show you on my original album, I'll get some pearls. I have the graphic 45 ones, but I don't have them handy. And that'll be something you can use for your centers. Anything you want. They turn out beautiful. Look at that. You can also ink the edges. You can take your, what do we call that? Winkestella. So our leaves, the McGill punch. So right now we're just going to make some flowers and play with it. I like to have about 3. I don't think I need another great big one. So I'll go with the next big one, which was with the Fisker's punch. I do like them to have these 5 petals. And also you can use the graphic 45 flowers. They have them in the purples. And there is a beautiful ivory one. And there goes Wilbur. Now I'm going to add some plaid here. You don't see me using the hot glue gun too much anymore. There's times it's necessary, but the art glitter glue does a pretty good job. That's why I changed into that other bottle. I forgot. My tip hasn't been cleaned. Okay. Make sure they're off-centered. We can even change colors if we need to, but let's see here. thinking of changing it, but I don't think I will. I think I'm going to go all the purple. See what it looks like. So I do need to punch out another purple. It's a different one, but that's okay. Well, no flower in nature is the same because I've got 2 on the bottom. Again, there's no set amount of petals. It's whatever you think looks good. So that one has 4, too big, too small. So I think I'll repeat that one so we kind of match. And that's the beauty about doing your own flowers, is you can really match the paper, and you can also put them with the pre-made flowers. I just thought of something. We have these beautiful die cuts here. Hold on, hold on. What was I thinking? But I don't know if I want to use it yet because it kind of blends in, doesn't it, too much? It kind of needs to be a focal point. I think I'd be not doing it justice. That is just gorgeous, though, you gotta admit. Yeah, it needs the gold. Let's just look at everything, we'll lay it out. Frame. Oh, definitely we have some butterflies to play with. And this is going to come down anyway. But down here, let's just go with a couple little flowers. Let's do, these are the small ones. I'm going to do 3. Then I'm going to do probably 2 and 2. Oops, 1 more. Just 2 and 2. Definitely just really fun to play with when you have tons of embellishments to work with. But I think we're getting there. it's easy to just keep adding for me and adding and adding. And I'm thinking I want, oh, here we go. Something that's not quite so full of words. And it came out of this little frame piece. So once you've got things laid down and you think you're pretty happy with them, then we're just going to kind of move things. I know that that's the way I want to keep these two, so I'm going to put them together here. Just add my adhesive back here. Oh, I gotta go back to the other bottle. This is starting to not work. Now on this whole thing, now that's a unit, you can add foam dots. Okay, this, I do need to add some adhesive here and there on the wider parts. Just so we can hold those down. We'll put this down in just a moment. I think it might go on foam. I'm just going to use a pencil. Oh, Lordy B, he's going to start throwing things. Wilbur is. I should have grabbed my pearls, the Graphic 45 ones, but I didn't. And then after these dry, once again, I'll be able to go in and fluff them up. I did fold my little butterfly in half. We'll just set him there. Then we'll bring his wings up after he dries. So I'm going to bring the greenery up to the top. These green leaves. Give them a little fold. You know, just kind of bend them up somewhere, because leaves, unless you want them flat. Yeah, I'm telling you, how did I lose my flower? Where'd he go? How do you lose a flower? Oh, I didn't put it together. Okay. Beauty of the art glitter glue. And you can form those. Look at that. We just wrap that right around there. Oh, that's nice. And the art glitter glue will dry clear. Let's put that up on the chipboard. So part of it will be on the board here. There we go, but I'm putting it back there. Flip up our butterfly. And then we do have the heart lace in stock, and I was debating if we wanted to add any in here, but I'm not sure. Because it should have been added first, or down here. It needs to be there. Yes, it does. So we do have this in stock. I'm going to use the white because it makes it really pop out. And I am just putting it on the across. I know I wouldn't do that if it was all going to show, but we're going underneath. And that's one of the nice things about using pop dots. Is that you're able to tuck under there. And trust me, your art glitter glue will not show on here. It dries completely clear. Okay, there we go. Sticking up just a little bit there. More of the twine. Excuse me. Now I don't want to use the butterfly because it's not double-sided, and so I can't make a, oh, I might be able to make just a regular bow, but I'm going to go with 4 fingers. Leave your towel, use your thumb to hold it down, go through the center, up and over, and tie. Take it off, and then I hold both sides of where I'm tightening my, center, so it doesn't move, to tie my knot. Let's see, they want to come down this way. go there. Again, art glitter glue works really well with this twine. Okay, once that dries, then I can also fluff that out more. And don't stick to my fingers. Oh, it's sticking to my finger instead of the paper. That's why this tool, there we go. This is why this tool works really well. So we kind of have the strawberry theme going here. And I do want to keep that. No, I don't. It's meant to look like that locket. That's really cute. Actually, good thing that really didn't stick. Let's put this on top here. Because it was sticking so much to my fingers. Once again, when it dries, I can fluff my bow out. I need another dot. Then this little guy right here, actually, if you want him on top, can go on top. More in like a rose. Then you can play with your petals. And if you do have any here we go, clear Wink Estella, and we'll have this in stock next week, then I'm not sure how to do on there, but definitely you can go ahead and touch up your petals, the center where I'm going to put the pearls. Really, you don't see it until it dries. It's just like water and glitter, and yeah, it is hard to pick up on the camera. On the butterfly wings, but you can see it. Excuse me. And as it dries, you definitely can see it. And that's the thing. You don't have to be super perfect. I am just going anywhere that I'm thinking I want some glimmer. I don't think the camera will pick it up, but it's there. So right there in the peach to kind of highlight. It's like highlighting with your makeup. So that is my cover. Now, yeah, I still have a little bit to do. Let's go ahead and kind of fix things here the way they're supposed to be. So I'm coming around here to the back so I can see where I need to put my ribbon. Open my book flat. Let's just take it backwards. Perfect. So my second piece, I'll know where it needs to go. Cut that string. My back cover will be there, but we do need to add some more here. Four by 6. So I'm going to cut down 4 1/8 by 6 1/8. I do need to grab one thing while you're cutting. And it's not in there. And I might use those. I was hoping to find my my G45 key thing to put here, and I am organized, but not this weekend for some reason. It's not in my stars, but you do see it in the walkthrough. We all have those moments. Some of us have them more than others, and that would be me. You know, that would have been nice to use the Bloom with Grace if you're going to give it for a gift, and you could write a sentiment on there. So on my next one, I'll do that. Should use the other glue because this tip. So I'm going to place that right on top of that ribbon. Oh, you know, we have a few more leaves. That I do want to put on. Uh-oh, I shouldn't have done that. Glue him back down. Okay, we'll be careful for a moment. And I do want to show you. I'm going to go through as soon as I get my machines out, and I'm going to use my graphic 45 tags and the die. And I will make one for each page. This one, it looks like it's been through the war because it has. It was in the, so each one of these will have a graphic 45 tag. Now, if you don't have the graphic 45 tags, and because you need 4, and then the die will cut the paper, but I've got my Empress and the plates aren't long enough. I need to get my other one out. Like I said, I'm moving some furniture and getting some build-ins. This is going to cut the paper, and you'll have plenty of scraps, and it will fit on each one of these tags. And I'm going to do the front and the back. And so you'll need 4, and then you'll cut 8 front and backs. So let's go ahead and let's, like I said, I'm not doing those on camera because that's if you have the die. Oh, if you don't have the die, then just go ahead and cut your tags at 8 3/4. 8 3/4 by, I'd go 4, and then you can just round off your corners. You don't have to have this fancy and put in there. It's just if you happen to have them, then you definitely can use those. So let me just get something in here that will hold this closed because I'm going to pick her up. But I didn't smash my flowers. Like I said, I'm magnet that. Now you're going to kind of see why those gussets, we went bigger, which was a good idea. Okay. Now I'm going to cut my ends. I made my nice big bow. Should have my sewing scissors. And with gross grain ribbon, you can actually take your cigarette lighter, if you have one in your craft room, and melt those ends with this ribbon here. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, no, I'm not. Oh, well, I'm going to get my sewing scissors anyway and make that even better. See, magnet will help that, because this one we put a magnet on the back, magnet on the front is what you need. And there is our lovely cover. Looks just like Grandma's. It reminds me of my grandmother's china cupboard. Absolutely love this paper, and I hope you guys enjoyed this tutorial. And yes, it's 7 hours long. I'm very sorry. But I can't wait to see you make yours. Bye, everybody, and thanks for joining me.